for certain testimony that did not include the entire testimony of the witness.
Mr. Kuriyama and I have been here since 8:30. I believe we've isolated the portions of testimony that we agree on. There are some, with respect to the two witnesses we've discussed so far, areas in which there is disagreement, so we're going to have to ask the court to decide. We have reached a point where the court can make decisions with respect to the requested testimony of Mrs. Bulow-Cohen and Andy Cano, and we're working on the rest.
Are those in dispute, Cano and Cohen?
Yeah, well, there are certain areas of Cano and Cohen that are in dispute.
Okay, I would ask them that each side submit to me what it is that you're requesting.
Yes.
And as to these other witnesses, you're still working on those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you resolved any so that the reporters can review those and find those? Or you still have everything in dispute?
I'm concerned the coroner has to.
We haven't had the opportunity to
Right.
discuss the first and second, well, the
Yeah.
first request.
Right. With,
We ran out of time.
Your Honor, with respect to the request for the coroner's testimony, our suggestion is that the coroner's testimony in its entirety be read back. And the reason why is that there's a question that has to do with the number of shots. Now, there's a big difference between shots and wounds, and I don't know if the jury appreciates that distinction.
The man said he wanted the number of shots.
Coroner never said.
I asked that. Well, I asked, do you want anything regarding questions regarding number of shots and answers? He said, yes. So if there was a question asked and an answer given, that's what it is. If there are none, then let me know that.
Well, I've isolated the testimony, and I believe there was testimony from the coroner to the effect that the number of wounds didn't really speak to the number of shots. We also went through and I isolated the areas of testimony with respect to the 10 wounds that the coroner found on Mrs. Menendez and whether or not those were fatal or non-fatal.
Okay,
So-
show those to the prosecution and see if there's agreement.
All right.
Anything else? All right, the sooner you can work up any agreements between both sides on testimony that's been requested, the sooner it can be prepared for reading to the jury.
I have submitted to the court, Your Honor, an exhibit that I'd asked the court to mark 403A, which is the dub from the radio program. Mr. Kuriyama wants to listen to it, which of course he can, but it's just that portion.
Okay, it'll be marked 403A, and the prosecution will listen to it prior to it going to the jury.
Does
Thank
it
you, Your
make
Honor.
sense, Your Honor, to withdraw 403 so there's no possible confusion?
No, I'm sure the matter can be handled properly. It's still an exhibit. All right, then let's proceed with the rereading of testimony. Let's have the jurors out, please. All right, the jurors and alternates are back in court, and we'll now continue with the rereading of testimony.
This is direct examination of Grant Walker by Ms. Bozanich. Question, Mr. Walker, are you nervous? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Walker, what do you do for a living? Answer, swimming pool service and repairman. Question, and were you employed as a swimming pool service and repairman in August of 1989? Answer, yes, I was. Question, so you don't provide regular pool service, you provide a specialized kind of pool service, would that be fair to say? Answer, I do repair work for other independent pool men. Question, on Saturday, August the 19th of 1993, did you go to the Menendez home at 722 North Elm Drive in the city of Beverly Hills? Answer, yes, I did. Question, was that the first time that you had ever been to that residence? Answer, I believe so. Question, and were you sent there by someone else? Answer, yes, I was. Question, and what is the name of the individual who sent you there on August the 19th? Answer, Leon Bartek. Question, and is Mr. Bartek's name spelled B-A-R-T-E-K? Answer, I believe so. Question, how long had you been doing referrals for Mr. Bartek back in 1989? Answer, probably just a few months, maybe 6 months. Question, when you went to that residence, do you recall approximately what time it was? Answer, approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Question, and when you got to the residence, did you gain entry to the residence through the front door or the back of the property? Answer, through the rear. Question, and how was it that you went to the rear? Were you directed to go through the rear? Answer, yes, yes. Question, as a pool repairman, is that your normal habit and custom to go through the rear of properties to gain access to the pool? Answer, it depends on where the equipment is or the pool is. Question, had you prior knowledge about where the equipment would be at the house? Answer, yes, Leon Bartek told me where it was. Question, and when you went through the back of the house, what did you first see? Answer, well, I entered the gate through the rear from the alley, and I saw two people sitting at a patio set. Question, and could you describe these two people for me? Were they adults? Answer, they were adults. Question, what were their sexes? Answer, male, female. Question, and when you say they were sitting there, could you tell what they were doing? Answer, not right away, no. Question, did you then approach these people and have some conversation with them? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and did you learn who they were? Answer, yes. I asked if they were Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, that's what I said. Question, now, when you say Mendez, are you meaning to say Mendez? Answer, yes. Question, and did they correct you or respond to you, or what happened? Answer, no. I introduced myself and asked if that's who they were and told them who I was and that I was to do a repair. Question, what happened then? Answer, Mrs. Mendez acknowledged me and said, yes, that's who she was. And I asked her whether it was convenient for me to do the repair today. And she said, yes, it was. And she was expecting me. Question, and did you conduct this conversation with her outdoors in the backyard? Answer, yes, I did. Question, could you describe if there were any, was there a pool in the backyard? Answer, yes. Question, was there a tennis court in the backyard? Answer, yes, there was. Question, did you notice any young men around at that time? Answer, yes, there were 3. Question, there were 3. Could you describe them for me? Answer, there was 2 in white tennis outfits and there was another gentleman on the court in the rear. Question, and as far as the ages of the 2 people in the tennis outfits, were they older or younger than the other man you've described? Answer, they were younger. Question, do you see them in court here today? Answer, yes, I do. Question, would you indicate where you see them in court today? What are they wearing? Answer, wearing a plaid shirt, red. Question, indicating, answer, on a red sweater. Ms. Bozanich, indicating Erik Menendez and Lyle Menendez, Your Honor, the court, yes. Question by Ms. Bozanich, at the time you saw them, they were wearing white tennis clothes, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and I believe you indicated they were on the tennis court. Answer, yes. Question, what were they doing? Answer, they were playing tennis. Question, after you made Mrs. Menendez's acquaintance, did you proceed to start to do what you were hired to do? Answer, yes. Question, what were you doing? Answer, I was working on an automatic spa control. What it is they have a pool and a spa, so if they choose to use the spa at night, rather than have to go all the way to the rear of the tennis court where the pool equipment is to turn it on, with the automatic controls right on the side of the house. Question, when you say right on the side of the house, are you talking about the main house? Answer, yes. Question, did you see a guest house there as well? Answer, yes. Question, so when you talk about the house, are you talking about the main house? Answer, correct. Question, and so what were you trying to do in regards to these spa controls? Answer, the spa control that's right on the house did not function. In other words, they couldn't go out and turn on the switch and have it function. They would have to go all the way to the rear to turn on the equipment. And this was what they call an override switch. So that's what I was working on. Question, so your job that day was to fix the switch that was nearest to the house? Answer, correct. Question, how long were you there that day? Answer, approximately half an hour to maybe 40 minutes maximum. Question, and did you have to move around the backyard of the house in order to accomplish this task that you had? Answer, yes. There's 4 switches on the side of the house that do 4 different functions. So to determine which one was which, I had to walk back and forth several times. Question, and in order to walk back and forth, did you have to walk by the tennis court? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did you have to walk by the area where Mr. and Mrs. Menendez were sitting by the patio, at the patio set? Answer, yes. Question, did you hear any conversation among Mr. and Mrs. Menendez and either one of their sons? Answer, yes, I did. Question, the conversation that you're going to tell us about, do you remember who was talking? Answer, yes. It was Mrs. Mendez. Question, Mrs. Menendez? Answer, Menendez, excuse me. Question, who was she speaking to? Answer, she was speaking to Lyle. Question, and which one is Lyle as you sit here in court? Answer, the red sweater. Ms. Bozanich, indicating Lyle Menendez for the record, Your Honor. Question, and what did she say to Lyle Menendez? Answer, I don't recall exactly, but it was tennis related. Question, and did you hear Lyle Menendez respond to her? Answer, yes. Question, how did he respond to her? Answer, in anger. Question, and what did he say? Answer, I don't recall the exact dialogue, but it was vulgarity and anger. Question, do you recall what Mr. Menendez, where he was physically located when you heard this conversation between Mrs. Menendez and her son Lyle? Answer, Mrs. Menendez and Mr. Menendez were sitting together at the patio set near the tennis court. Question, now, did you actually see anybody playing tennis that day? Answer, yes. Question, and who did you see playing tennis? Answer, I saw Lyle and the other gentleman that I mentioned before. Question, could you describe him for me? You said he was male and he was older than the Menendez brothers. Could you give me any better description of him? Answer, he had dark hair. Question, and so you saw the gentleman with the dark hair who's not in court playing tennis with Lyle Menendez during the day. Is that? Answer, yes, correct. Question, was that for the entire time that you were walking back and forth fixing the spa controls? Answer, I believe so. Question, did you ever see Erik Menendez playing tennis that day? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, what was he doing? Answer, he was standing beside his parents, close to them. Question, did you? Answer, approximately. Question, did you ever overhear any conversation between Erik Menendez and his parents? Answer, one time. Question, and could you tell us what the nature of the conversation was between Erik Menendez and his parents? Answer, he seemed to be angry with his parents also. Question, could you tell me what it was about what you heard Erik Menendez say that led you to believe that he was angry? Answer, well, as I recall, Lyle was angry at this point too, and he joined in. Erik joined in. Question, so Lyle was angry and his brother Erik joined in? Answer, yes. Question by Ms. Bozanich, at whom was the anger directed? Was it at this other gentleman with the dark hair, or was it at someone else? Answer, no, it was at the parents. Question, now, after you completed your job, how was it that you were going to be paid? Answer, I'm paid by Leon Bartek. Question, did you leave any kind of bill or receipt with Mr. and Mrs. Menendez on the 19th of August of 1989? Answer, no, I did not. Question, and after you finished there that day, did you return to your home? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did you talk to your wife about what you had seen that day at the Menendez home? Answer, yes, I did. Question, shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Mr. Bartek about what you had seen that day at the Menendez home? Answer, yes, I did. Question, now, on Sunday, it was the 19th of August. At some point within a few days after that, did you learn that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed? Answer, yes, I did. Question, do you have any independent recollection here today of when it was you heard that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed? Answer, yes, I believe it was Monday. Question, Mr. Walker, at the time that you heard the news on Monday, did you have any thoughts about Mr. and Mrs. Menendez in terms of what you had seen? Answer, yes. Question, and sometime after Monday, did you have any, I believe you indicated you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek. Do you remember what day it was that you talked to him? Answer, it was probably Monday. Cross-examination by Mr. Burt. Question, Mr. Walker, I want to ask you some questions about how you date this incident. You said it took place on August 19th, a Saturday, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and did you also say that you'd been doing referrals for Mr. Bartek for about 6 months before this incident took place? Answer, correct. Question, so was it around April of 1989 that you started doing referrals for him? Answer, I'm not exact on that. Question, just roughly 6 months before August, you had been doing referrals, correct? Answer, correct. Question, would that always involve a situation where he would call you and send you over to somebody's house and you would do your work and then call him up and tell him how much he owed you for the work? Answer, yes. Question, would you bill him for the jobs that you were doing on paper or just tell him, I went to the house, here's how much you owe me? Answer, verbal. Question, and would you yourself keep any records, documents of when you went to particular places and the work that you did at those places? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, and would he pay you for each individual job? Answer, he would, individual or groups. Question, individual or groups. In other words, there were some times when he would pay you for specific jobs and other times when he would pay you in one lump sum for a number of jobs you had done. Answer, if there were many jobs, like several jobs in a week, then they'd all be grouped together. If it was slow and it was only one, then it'd be a single check. Question, how about if it was not a big job, just a $20 or $30 job? How would he pay you for something like that? Answer, the same way. Question, it could be individual and it could be, answer, right. Question, did you ever tell anybody that he always paid you individually for the jobs? Answer, no. Question, how about this job? Did he pay you individually for it or in a group? Answer, I don't recall. Question, did you look to see if you had any records of getting paid for this particular job? Answer, no, I didn't. Haven't. Question, when was the first time that you ever had a conversation with anybody about what you heard that day when you were at the Menendez home? Answer, I don't understand the question. Question, you testified about a conversation that you say took place on August 19, 1989. Answer, correct. Question, in which you heard Lyle and Erik Menendez say certain things, correct? Answer, correct. Question, when was the first time that you told anyone about that conversation? Answer, that would be Saturday. Question, and you told your wife about it, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and then you also had a conversation with Leon Bartek sometime later that week about it? Answer, yes, that would be later in the week. Question, and did you have any conversation with anybody else that week about this incident? Answer, I might have had a conversation with my neighbor. Question, and did you also attempt to have a conversation with someone at the Beverly Hills Police Department? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and when did you attempt to have that conversation? Answer, I believe that was on a Wednesday. Question, was that a telephone call that you made to the Beverly Hills Police Department? Answer, yes, it was. Question, do you know who you spoke with? Answer, no, I don't. I spoke to an officer of the watch or whoever answered the phone. Question, and did you tell whoever answered the phone that you had some information about a case you had read about in the newspapers? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and did that officer take your name down and say somebody would be in contact with you? Answer, he said he wasn't interested. Question, I'm sorry. Answer, he said he wasn't interested. Question, did he say he was going to take your name down? Answer, no, he didn't say anything of that. Question, do you ever recall telling an investigator that he did take your name down and told you that somebody would get back to you? Answer, no, I never said that. Question, in any event, after you had that conversation, no one from the Beverly Hills Police Department came to talk to you about what you had overheard, correct? Answer, no, they did not. Question, and is it true that the next time you had any conversation with anybody about this incident took place about 4 years later in July of 1993? Answer, correct. Question, in between 1989 and 1993, you had no other conversations with anybody about what you testified to here today. Is that correct? Answer, no, that's not true. Question, who else did you have a conversation with? Answer, well, like I said, I talked to my neighbor. Question, but aside from the conversations we've already talked about in the period from 1989 to 1993, did you have occasion to discuss what you overheard with anybody else? Answer, I probably have, yes. Question, do you know who? Answer, I don't recall who that would be. Question, that would be? Answer, no. Question, is it fair to say? Answer, friends. Question, is it fair to say that the first time you started thinking about the conversation you overheard was in 1993 in July? Answer, no. Question, and when during the period between 89 and 93 were you thinking about the conversation? Answer, I can't recall that, but it had come up from time to time with other people, friends of mine. Question, and is it something that stuck in your mind during that period of time as to the specifics of what you heard? Answer, yes. Question, and it's something you carried with you for roughly 4 years? Answer, yes. Question, vivid in your mind? Answer, yes. Question, and it's something you talked about pretty much on a daily basis, would you say? Answer, no, didn't talk it on a daily basis. Question, all right, but it was something that was on the top of your mind. Would that be fair to say? Answer, no, it wasn't on the top of my mind either. Question, well, is it something that you overheard in 89 and then you put it out of your mind? And answer, I didn't put it out of my mind either. Question, all right, now, in 1993, did you again call the police department and indicate, as a result of something you had seen on the television, that you want to tell them about this conversation that you told the jury about? Answer, no, I did not. Question, and who, if anyone, did you have a conversation with in July of 1993 about what you had overheard? Answer, Detective Zoller. Question, Detective Zoller from the Beverly Hills Police Department? Answer, correct. Question, how is it that you and Detective Zoller came together in 1993 to discuss this conversation? Answer, he called me. Question, and do you know how he got your name? Answer, yes, I do. Question, how did he get your name? Answer, from my wife. Question, at some point in time you had a conversation with Detective Zoller, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and that was in July of 1993? Answer, correct. Question, and at that time, do you remember telling him that it was Erik who you had heard having a conversation with Mrs. Menendez? Answer, correct. Question, and is that the truth? It was Erik the one? Answer, no, that is not. Question, and at the time you had the conversation, you thought you had overheard Erik Menendez having the conversation with Mrs. Menendez? Answer, that's correct. Question, where he was angry, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, and when you gave him that information, were you pretty sure of it? Answer, I don't understand. Yes, I was pretty sure of it. Question, you were pretty sure of it? Yes. Question, at that time. And when did you find out that you were mistaken? Answer, I found I was mistaken when I watched court TV and I saw the names with the faces. I did not read the newspaper article. I have not read the newspaper article to do with this trial since the events happened. So I did not know which name went on which person until I saw the actual pictures. See, I heard my information on radio and they were talking about the older and the younger, and I was mistaken in the ages. That's why I put the names in the wrong places. Question, well, when you spoke to Detective Zoller on July 25, 1993, did you tell him that you'd been watching the news in reference to Lyle and Erik Menendez's murder trial? Answer, no, I did not say that. Question, you never made that statement to him, is that correct? Answer, no, Question, and if he wrote that down in a police report, he would be incorrect? Answer, yes. Question, and is it your testimony now that you were actually listening to something on the news and you hadn't seen any photographs of the Menendez brothers up to the point in time when you had this conversation with Detective Zoller? Is that correct? Answer, I did not see a picture with the names underneath to determine which name went with which face. Question, and even though you hadn't seen a photograph, you went ahead and told Detective Zoller that you had personal knowledge that Erik Menendez had some angry words? Answer, yes. Question, to his mother, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and what was that based on if you hadn't seen a photograph or a likeness of Erik Menendez up to that point? Answer, what it was based on is radio. I'm out in the field all day long. I listen to radio and you hear about the older and the younger brother, and that's where I made the mistake. Question, so answer, and I thought it was more important to correct it when your investigator interviewed me than it was to be an error. Question, so what I'm trying to get at, though, is how you connected up the conversation with Erik Menendez. Is it because you thought it was the younger brother who was having? Answer, they always describe older and younger when they gave names. Question, okay. Answer, and I took Erik as being older and I was incorrect. Question, and so when you heard over the radio that they're describing older and younger? Answer, yes, that's where I got the name confused. Question, and in your mind you hadn't seen photographs of who was older and who was younger? Answer, correct. Question, who did you think was having the conversation, the older or the younger? Answer, well, that's where I was mistaken. Question, no, but I'm asking. Answer, that's why I corrected it. Question, when you made your statement on July the 25th to Detective Zoller, did you think in your own mind, gee, I know it was the younger guy who was having the conversation and that's how, and because the radio had, answer, yes. Question, identified the younger guy as Erik? Answer, yes. I mistook the younger person for having that conversation. Question, and that's how you made that mistake? Answer, yes. Question, because the radio had mistakenly said. Answer, the radio was correct and I was mistaken. I thought it was more important for me to be right than to be mistaken. Question, did you think you were right when you gave Detective Zoller that information? Answer, yes, I did. Question, now, when you talked to Detective Zoller, were you able to describe to him exactly what was said by either brother to the mother that day? Answer, not exactly, no. Question, and the only thing you, in fact, recollected was that it was something about tennis, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and that it seemed to be an angry exchange, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and it was anger on behalf of both parties, is that right? Answer, no. Question, what was it that the mother said, if you recall? Answer, I do not recall exactly what she said. Question, and do you recall what it was that was said by the brother that made you think it was related to tennis? Answer, he was playing tennis. Question, and did you assume that the conversation was about tennis because they were playing tennis? Answer, yes. Question, and the other man that you said was present there, did you think, based on what you saw, that he was a tennis coach? Answer, I assumed he was. I did not know who he was for sure. Question, and the reason you assumed that was because he seemed to be helping out one of the brothers in his tennis playing, correct? Answer, yes. Question, now, you described that man as having dark hair, is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, is it true that you could be mistaken about that because he was back in the shadows somewhat? Answer, no. Question, did you ever tell an investigator that you could be mistaken about describing the person you thought was the tennis coach as having dark hair? Answer, I said that I would probably not be able to recognize him. Question, and my question is, did you ever tell an investigator that you could be mistaken about the tennis coach having dark hair? Answer, no. Question, and you're pretty sure that he had dark hair at this point? Answer, yes. Question, and is it also true that your best recollection is that you were there on Saturday? Answer, that's correct. Question, and could you tell the juries why you think it was Saturday that you were there? Answer, well, when I heard on the radio professional murder had been committed the day after I was there, you don't forget something like that. It's like the Kennedy assassination. I know exactly where I was that day, too. Question, so you date it because you heard about the killing on Sunday? Answer, I heard about it. No, I did not hear about the killing on Sunday. Question, when did you hear about the killing? Answer, Monday. Question, Monday, and you were there the day before you heard about the killing? Answer, I never said that. Yes, I was there the day before the killings, but when I heard on Monday about what had happened, you don't forget that you were there the day before. Question, and that's how you date it to Saturday, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and is it true that when you received the call from Mr. Bartek that you went to do this job shortly after you received the call, either that day or the next day? Answer, it would be within a reasonable length of time after I received the call, yes. Question, give me your best estimate of when that was. Answer, it can be a week, it can be 3 days. Question, well, I'm not asking in general, but in this case. Answer, I have no idea. Question, since you recall the date. Answer, I have no idea what day you would call me and ask me to do a repair. Question, and do you have any idea about when in relation to receiving the call that you went to the Menendez home? Answer, I have no idea what day he would call me. Question, do you remember that the atmosphere between the parties and the two boys you heard making the statements was tense? Did it seem to be a tense atmosphere to you? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and that was tension on behalf of both the brothers and the parents, correct? Answer, I wouldn't know. Question, well, it wasn't. Answer, I mean, for me, it was tense, yes. Question, what I'm getting at is it wasn't tension between the brothers. Answer, no. Question, it was some tension between the parents and the brothers. Answer, correct. Question, and you don't know what happened before you got there to cause that tension, correct? Answer, no, I do not. Question, you pretty much were occupied with doing the job you were called to do at that point? Answer, yes, I was. Question, now, do you know when you billed Mr. Bartek for this job? Answer, I didn't bill him for it. Question, well, let me rephrase that. When you told him how much he owed you for the job. Answer, we talked quite a bit when it comes to doing repairs. It could have been that Saturday, could have been Sunday, could have been Monday. Question, well, you did, according to you, did the job on Saturday. Answer, yes. I could have called him Saturday night. He could have called me. It could have been on the Sunday that I told him it was completed. Question, would that have been your normal practice? Answer, yes. Question, to call him that night? Answer, he would call me. Most of the time he would call me. Question, and do you have a recollection of him calling you or him calling you that Saturday? Answer, no, I don't. Question, do you have a recollection of how much you billed him verbally? Answer, yes. Question, how much was it? Answer, it'd be $30. Question, do you have a recollection of when he paid you? Answer, a lot of the times he would pay me immediately. Question, I'm not asking for a lot of the times, I'm saying for this job. Answer, all the time he would pay me immediately. Question, I'm sorry. Answer, he would sometimes pay me the same day. He never held back in any money, so that was all the jobs. Question, did he pay you all the same day for this job? Answer, he may have, I don't recall. Question, what is your best recollection as to when he paid you? Answer, probably. Question, for this job, not what he usually does. Answer, well, I have to go on what he does. He just gave me a check today for a job I did yesterday, so that was his practice. Question, so if you followed that practice, he would have paid you $30 on Sunday, correct? Answer, he could have written a check on Sunday, yes. Question, and is it your recollection based on what he normally does that he would have written you a check for $30? Answer, I have. Like I said before, he paid me in groups. It could have been in groups of other jobs. It could have been, sometimes he would pay me in advance for a job, whatever was convenient for him. Question, and could you tell me how you were able to recollect that it was approximately 2 o'clock you were there? Answer, I just remember it was in the early afternoon. Question, could you be more precise of when it was you were there? Answer, no, I can't. Question, that's your best approximation, right? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember telling the investigator that you could be wrong on the time? Answer, yes. Question, did you hear the tennis instructor making any statements at all? Answer, I don't recall what he said. No. Question, and how long were you there? Answer, I was there approximately half an hour to maybe 40 minutes. Question, and if you were there at 2, you were maybe there close to 3 o'clock. Answer, could be. Question, and when you left, were all the parties still in the same position you saw them in, that is around the tennis court? Answer, yes. Question, did anybody look like they were preparing to leave? Answer, no. Question, anybody look like they were getting ready to go fishing? Answer, no. Question, anybody say anything about, yeah, we got a fishing trip, we got to sort of wrap this up? Words to that effect? Answer, no. Question, and where were you before you went to the Menendez home that day? Answer, I was probably in Hancock Park. Question, do you have a recollection of that? Answer, yes. Question, and how about after you left the home? Where'd you go? Answer, beg your pardon? Repeat the question, please. Question, yeah, how about after you went to the house? Do you know where you went afterwards? Answer, yeah, I would go home. Question, could you describe for me what the brothers were wearing that day? Answer, tennis outfits, white. Question, they were all white? Answer, yes. Question, can you tell me anything more about the outfits themselves? Answer, no, I can't. Question, did they have white tennis shoes on as well? Answer, I don't recall. Question, how about the tennis instructor? Answer, I don't recall. Question, and you mentioned a conversation you had with Mr. Bartek later on that week about what you overheard, correct? Answer, yes. Question, is it true that that conversation took place on Wednesday? Answer, I don't remember what day that was. Question, was it shortly after you learned about the killing? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and had you read in the newspaper about the killing? Answer, I didn't read it in the newspaper. I heard it on the radio. Question, do you remember when you first heard about it whether there was any mention of names, either Eric or Lyle? Answer, I don't recall those names being mentioned. Question, do you think it was shortly after first hearing about the case that you had a conversation with Mr. Bartek? Answer, yes. Question, and during that conversation, do you recall saying to him that you overheard Eric making certain statements? Answer, there we go again. It wasn't Eric, it was Lyle. What I might have said, I would probably put it as a group. I wouldn't give names at that point. I wouldn't know the names. I would just say the kids. Question, you said something about the kids, but you answer, because I didn't know their names then. Question, so if you didn't know their names, you wouldn't have been saying Eric or Lyle, correct? Answer, correct. Question, that would have been impossible because there was nothing about the names in the stories you had read or heard, correct? Answer, I don't even recall what I would say, but that makes sense to me. This is cross-examination by Ms. Abramson. Question, Mr. Walker, you don't have regular pools that you visit on a regular basis, such as an ordinary person, is that right? Answer, yes, I do have regular. Question, you do? Answer, yes. Question, do you do regular pool service? Answer, yes, I do. Question, so you said that you would have been in Hancock Park before you went to this house. Answer, yes. Question, was that a regular location of yours? Answer, yes, it was. Question, where in Hancock Park? Answer, you want the address? Question, yes, please. What street? Answer, Lucerne. Question, Lucerne? Answer, yes. Question, what block of Lucerne? What hundred block of Lucerne? Answer, 400 block north. Question, 400 north, so we're north of 3rd Street? Answer, yes. Question, is that a regular location that you serviced? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and did you service it every Saturday? Answer, still do. Question, and what time of day do you get to that 400 block of Lucerne pools? Answer, it depends on what time I get up on Saturdays. Saturdays is a slow day for me. Question, is that your only regular service job on Saturdays? Answer, as far as service, yes. I have 3 on Lucerne. Question, do you know what you need to do, Mr. Walker? You need to get a little bit closer to the mic back there. Question, you said you have 3 houses you service on Lucerne? Answer, yes. Question, but this is the only one you service on Saturdays? Answer, I service all 3 on Saturday. Question, and you go there before you do any special work? Answer, yes. I normally like to get my service out of the way before I do any repairs. Question, so is it your recollection that on the 19th of August, 1989, you made 3 service calls on Lucerne Boulevard and Hancock Park before you went to Elm Drive in Beverly Hills? Answer, correct. Question, and did you have any other special service repair work that Saturday? Answer, I do not recall. Question, you could have. Answer, it's possible. Question, you say your service work depends on when you get up on Saturday? Answer, well. Question, you try to sleep in a little on Saturdays? Answer, yes, because I don't have that many accounts to service. Question, and how long do you spend at each house that you're servicing? Answer, depends on the weather conditions and what's needed to be done. Question, so you don't just drop the chlorine and leave? Answer, no. Question, now, what's the latest you start your days, your service run? Answer, about 10 o'clock. Question, so apart from special repair jobs, every Saturday with respect to your work would be the same as every other, correct? You have 3 service calls on Lucerne and you make them every Saturday, right? Answer, not always, but most of the time, 99% of the time. Question, and do you have regular service calls on Sunday or is that your day off? Answer, no. No work on Sundays. Question, and on Friday, do you have regular service calls? Answer, yes. Question, would it be accurate to say that the week before August 19th, you would have also serviced 3 pools on Lucerne Boulevard? Answer, yes. Question, now, did you have a book or a calendar or a date book of some kind that would indicate where you're supposed to go on what days for servicing pools? Answer, no. I have it in memory like a trained rat. Do the same thing over and over again. Same thing. Question, just a rat in a maze. But then there'd be these repair jobs and that would sort of break up the maze a bit. Answer, well, I would set those after I did my service. Question, so there's nothing that would have happened before you went to this house on Elm Drive that would distinguish one Saturday from another. Is that right? Answer, correct. Question, now before your wife talked to the police, had you learned that this case was in trial? Answer, I don't understand. Question, well, your wife somehow went to the police in July and you wound up talking to Detective Zoller, right? Answer, correct. Question, and before that happened, did you know that the trial of this case had started or was about to start? Answer, yes. Question, and had you heard about what the opening statements in this case was, what the defense was? Answer, I don't recall. Question, do you recall that before you spoke to Detective Zoller in July, you knew generally what the defense was in this case? Answer, I believe so. Question, now, you never were at the Elm Drive location before this particular day, nor I take it after. Is that right? Answer, I've been there after. Question, why were you there after? Answer, repairs. Question, and when did you go there after? Answer, I don't recall. I've probably been there 3 times after. Question, 3 times after the parents were killed? Answer, yes. Question, so if I were to ask you to describe the layout, you'd be able to do that, right? Answer, oh, yes. Question, yes, because you've been there. Answer, yes. Question, more times since they're dead than before? Answer, yes. Question, now, do you ever watch tennis on television? Answer, no, I do not. Question, and is it your belief that everybody who plays tennis these days wears all white? Answer, I have no idea. Question, did you tell Officer Zoller in July of 1993 that the tennis instructor who was there was giving lessons to both brothers? Answer, I assume that's what he was, and I assume that's what he was doing. Question, now, why would you assume that he was a tennis instructor and that he was teaching both of them? What would lead you to assume that? Answer, just a wild guess. Question, a wild guess? Answer, yeah, I mean, that's who I assumed he was. Question, isn't that because he was giving instruction, do this, do that? Answer, I don't recall whether he was or not. Question, well, but something he was doing made you assume he was a tennis instructor rather than, say, their Uncle Fritz or something like that, right? Answer, yeah, just a feeling I got. Question, from what he was doing? Answer, yes. Question, and from what they were doing with relation to him? Answer, yes. Question, was that both brothers seemed to be interacting with the instructor or coach? Answer, I can only recall one. Question, you only recall Lyle? Answer, yes. Question, is he the older brother or the younger brother? Answer, I know who he is now. He's the older brother. Question, and at the time, did the person who you now say was angry with the mother appear older or younger than the other person in white? Answer, I still can't distinguish the ages. Question, you can't tell between Erik and Lyle which one is older and which one is younger? Answer, no. Question, so with respect to who you thought was, I guess it's fair to say you thought both of these boys were rude to their parents. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, and that's what you came forward to tell these juries, that they were rude to their parents. Isn't that right? Answer, yes. Question, now, with respect to the ruder of the two, if you will, when you left that house that day, who did you think had been ruder to the parents? You didn't know their names, did you? Answer, no, I did not. Question, you thought one boy was more rude than the other? Answer, I thought they were equally. Question, equally rude, equally angry too? Answer, yes. Question, didn't you testify that one of them seemed to be angrier and was being angry back to the mother, and then at one point the other one joined in? Answer, no. Question, well, let's go back to the police interview, okay? Answer, okay. Question, now, you said to Detective Zoller was that one of the sons was ranting and raving over a missed shot. Do you remember telling him that? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember that what you told the police was that both boys were ranting and raving over shots? Answer, yes. Question now, what you've testified to here was that Mrs. Menendez was speaking to Lyle about something tennis related and he responded in anger with vulgarity. Is that right? Answer correct. Question, and then you said that at one point Lyle was acting angry with his parents and Erik joined in. Is that right? Answer yes. Question, and you said that Lyle was on the tennis court with the tennis instructor. Answer yes. Question, and you didn't testify that Erik was. Is that right? Answer, well, he wasn't. I don't understand the question. Question, was Erik on the tennis court with the tennis instructor during the half hour to 45 minutes you were there? Answer, not that I recall. Question, so he was never on the tennis court with the instructor? Answer, he was on the tennis court but not with the instructor. Question, well, what was he doing on the tennis court? Answer, he was there with a racket. I don't know what he was doing. Question, well, didn't you tell the investigator that he was standing by his parents with a racket? Answer, yes. Question, not on the tennis court? Answer, they had the patio set right up against the tennis court. That's where they were sitting. Question, this is an open tennis court. It's not fenced. Answer, this is a fenced tennis court except for one opening. It's on the west side. The rest has got canvas around it, so they were right up as close as they could get to the tennis court on that side near the net. Question, the west side. Now, the west side of the tennis court is the side closest to the house. Is that right? Answer, correct. Question, and you're saying the patio furniture is between the house and the tennis court? Answer, the day that I was there, that table was pushed up right close to the tennis court. When you did not walk between the tennis court and the tables because they were so close. You had to walk around the other side of it. Question, so there's a patio table that's pushed up against the tennis court. It's not on the patio. Is that right? Answer, it's up against. Question, the patio is off to the right of what you're talking about here. Answer, right. But the patio furniture was brought right up to the tennis court. Question, my question, though, was the west side of the tennis court is the closest part to the back of the house, correct? Answer, correct. Question, so there's a concrete walkway between the back of the house and the tennis court, right? Answer, yes. Question, and you're saying someone had put a patio set there? Answer, yes. Question, and that's where they were sitting? Answer, yes, yes. Question, now you told our investigator that Erik was standing next to his parents with a tennis racket in his hand all the time that you were there. Is that right? Answer, no, he wasn't there all the time. He was there the one time I observed him, yes. Question, you only observed him for one time? Answer, I didn't sit there for half an hour watching Erik. Question, you didn't sit there and watch anything for a half an hour. You were fixing now let me see, was Erik playing tennis or was Erik standing by his parents? Answer, I did not see him play tennis. Question, did you see him on the tennis court as contrasted with standing by the table where his parents were? Answer, he was off to the side of the tennis court right near the divider where they have the fence that fences off the tennis court to keep the balls in. Question, so was he near his parents or not near his parents? Answer, yes, because you bring the patio furniture right up there. It's all in the same area. Question, so the parents were on the tennis court also? Answer, they were at the patio set at the edge of the tennis court. Question, when you say a patio set, are you talking about a table? Answer, yes. Question, a table with chairs? Answer, yes. Question, 4 chairs? Answer, it had 2 chairs when I was there and 2 people were in it. Question, so there's 2 people sitting on this table and it's not on the tennis court, it's behind? Answer, no, it's just at the edge of it. Question, and Erik is where? Standing next to the table or away from the table on the tennis court? Answer, at one time he was right next to the table and another time I observed him, he was over closer to the tennis court. Question, did you see him playing tennis? Answer, no, I did not. Question, at no time? Answer, at no time. Question, did you hear him taking instructions from the coach? Answer, I did not. I do not recall hearing that. Question, but you recall the coach saying something to Lyle because he was playing with Lyle. Is that correct? Answer, he must have if he was playing with him, but I don't recall what was said. Question, well, it's not whether he must have. Do you recall he said things even if you don't recall specifically what they were? Answer, I'm sure he must have said something. I do not recall what they said. Question, now, was this man that you saw Caucasian? Answer, yes, he was. Question, and can you estimate his age? Answer, yes, I'm not good with ages. You can attest to that. I estimate him at 30-ish. Question, 30-ish in his 30s? Answer, he could have been younger, could have been a little older. Question, well, did you tell the police he was in his 30s? Answer, yes, I did. Question, was that a wild guess on your part or did you think he was? Answer, that was the closest that I could recall. Question, now, did you tell the police that the parents, mostly the mother, was commenting about any missed shot that either boy would make? Answer, do you want to repeat the question, please? Question, did you tell the police that the parents, mostly the mother, would comment about a missed tennis shot that either boy would make? Answer, I don't recall saying that. Question, let me read you the sentence and tell me if you told this to Detective Zoller. He, being yourself, stated that as a...
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Bartek by Ms. Bozanich. Question, Mr. Bartek, what do you do for a living, please? Answer, I'm in the swimming pool service maintenance business. Question, in August of 1989, did you have an arrangement where you took care of the Menendez swimming pool? Answer, yes, I did. Question, was that located at 722 North Elm Drive in the city of Beverly Hills? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and in August of 1989, do you know for how long you had been taking care of the Menendez pool? Answer, I'd been taking care of the Menendez pool as long as they lived at the house. Question, do you remember approximately when that was that they moved into the house? Answer, not approximately, but like I serviced the pool during the time they lived there. Question, and how often did you service the Menendez pool? Answer, twice a week. Question, and do you remember what days of the week that you serviced the pool? Answer, I would come there on a Monday and Thursday. Question, and did you ever refer out repair jobs to other people to take care of the Menendez pool? Answer, if there was electrical plumbing or a plumbing problem that I couldn't deal with, I would hire someone else to do the repair. Yes. Question, and did you hire Mr. Grant Walker, who just left the courtroom, to take care of a problem at the Menendez pool in August of 1989? Answer, yes, I did. Question, to your knowledge, was that the first time that you had hired Mr. Walker to do a job for the Menendezes? Answer, yes, it was. Question, and do you remember when it was that you contacted Mr. Walker and asked him to go to the Menendez house? Answer, it was the week of the murder. Question, do you remember what day? Answer, it was about middle of the week when I discovered the problem, and then I called Grant to send him there. Question, so do you remember if you called him the same day that you discovered the problem or a different day that you discovered the problem? Answer, I don't remember. It could have been the same day that I called him or the next day. Question, in the week before the killings, do you have a recollection that you went there on your normal days or did you go there on different days? In other words, did you go there on Monday and Thursday or different days? Answer, I would go there Monday and Thursday. Unless there was a problem, I might stop by on another day, but generally I stuck to a certain schedule. Question, and it's your recollection that you contacted Mr. Walker in the middle of that week and told him about the difficulty at the pool. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember the nature of the difficulty? Answer, yes. There was a problem with the spa override switch. The spa would not function properly. Question, where was the spa override switch located at the Menendez property? Answer, it was located right at the end of the pool in the shallow end of the pool close to the spa area. Question, was there another switch closer to the house? Answer, well, it was. It was right on the house, so the spa switch. Question, at some point did you learn that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had been killed? Answer, I discovered it the Monday after the murder. Question, can you tell us how it was that you heard about it? Answer, well, my schedule was to come there on a Monday and Thursday, and when I came there, I saw the area fenced off. I didn't know what the problem was, so I just bypassed the house. I knew there was a problem, but I didn't know what the problem was. Question, could you describe what it was you saw that led you to this conclusion that it was fenced off? In other words, was there a big fence up or some other sort of barricade? Answer, well, there was like tape around the pool area. The gate that I would go to the pool, it was barricaded with like tape. Question, when you say tape, are you talking about the police type of tape? Answer, yes. Question, and that was at the back of the house. Is that correct? Answer, back of the house. Question, shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Mr. Walker about something that he had done at the Menendez home prior to Mr. and Mrs. Menendez dying? Answer, yes. I called him and I asked him if he repaired the problem. Question and answer, and he informed me he repaired the problem. Question, do you remember when it was that you had this conversation with Mr. Walker about repairing the problem? Answer, it was after the murder, a day or two, perhaps Monday or Tuesday. Question, was this after you had already gone to the house and found the police tape there or before? Answer, afterward. Question, during that period when you had the conversation with Mr. Walker, did he indicate anything to you about what he had seen or heard while he had been at the home on that Saturday? Answer, he mentioned to me that he overheard an argument. Question, and did he tell you the nature of the argument? Did he describe it for you? Answer, not in detail. He just said he overheard an argument between the father and the son. Question, and did he mention to you any more detail about it than what you've told the juries? Answer, no. Question, now, how was it that you paid Mr. Walker for the services he performed for you? Answer, I would pay him by check. Question, and how soon after the jobs did you pay him normally? Answer, generally right after the job was done, a day or two afterward. Question, Mr. Bartek, have you been asked by the police and the prosecution to look for anything any kind of records or checks that you might have for Mr. Walker? Answer, yes. Question, did you bring the originals with you to court today? Answer, yes. Question, I'm going to show you this exhibit 366. I'd like you to you have the checks right with you, right? Answer, yes. Question, would you please take them out of your pocket? And the 3 original checks that you have with you are dated the 21st of August of 1989, the 15th of September of 1989, and the 2nd of October of 1989. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and those original checks match this exhibit, which is now 366. Is that correct? Answer, that is correct. Question, when we asked you to bring some sort of documentation, why did you choose these particular 3 checks? Answer, because these are the records I have. Question, and are these the only checks that you ever made out to Mr. Walker? Answer, no, I made other checks for previous jobs. Question, now, do you recall how much Mr. Walker told you he was going to charge you for the job that he'd done at the Menendez home? Answer, he charged me a regular service call. Question, and how much is that? Answer, $30. Question, now, the checks that are Xeroxed on Exhibit 366 are for more than $30. Isn't that true? Answer, that's true. Question, could you explain why that is? Answer, because I would pay him for more than one job he might do over a period of a few weeks, several jobs. Question, now, to the best of your recollection, which of those 3 checks represents your payment to Mr. Walker for the work he had done at the Menendez home on the 19th? Answer, the one of August, the 21st. Question, now, when you spoke to Mr. Walker shortly after learning about the homicides, did he indicate to you that he had been there? How far in advance of the homicides he had been at the house? Do you understand my question? It was kind of bad. Question, answer, well, he was there on the Saturday before the murder. Question, and did he discuss that fact with you? Answer, yes, that he was. I asked him when did he do the repair? Cross-examination by Ms. Abramson. Question, Mr. Bartek, when did you first talk to someone from the prosecution in this case about these issues? Answer, perhaps a month or 2 ago, just in my memory. Question, a month or 2 ago. And which member of the prosecution team did you talk to a month or 2 ago? Answer, I had Detective Zoller call me. Question, do you recall what you told Detective Zoller during that call? Answer, specifically, no. Question, have you ever seen any notes of that call to Detective Zoller or any police report that contains what you said to him? Answer, no. Question, did you tell Detective Zoller when you spoke to him about a month ago that Mr. Walker told you he had overheard an argument between the father and one of his sons? Answer, I possibly did. I don't recall. Question, I'm not asking for possibilities. Do you remember if you said that to Detective Zoller? Answer, I don't remember. Question, when is the first time that you do remember telling anyone about Mr. Walker having told you that when he was at the Menendez house, he overheard an argument between the father and his son? Answer, when was the first time? Question, yeah. Answer, whenever I talked to Detective Zoller, I mentioned I had some information. I don't just recall what the information was. Question, well, okay, but I think we've just established that you don't know if a month ago you told Detective Zoller that particular piece of information. Answer, would you repeat the question again? Question, well, let me ask it this way. Isn't it true that today is the first time you ever told anybody that Mr. Walker told you that he overheard an argument between the father and the son? Answer, no. Question, you think it was an earlier day? Answer, absolutely. Question, when was it and to whom? Answer, I mentioned I talked to Detective Zoller. Question, so you're telling us that you, before today, you told Detective Zoller that Mr. Walker told you that he overheard an argument? Answer, yes. Question, is that what you're saying? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Bartek, I want to make sure you understand my question. Answer, okay. Question, today, did you tell any of the 3 people sitting at that end of council table, Mrs. Bozanich, Mr. Kuriyama, or Detective Zoller, did you tell any of them today that Mr. Walker told you that he had overheard an argument between the Menendez father and one of the sons? Did you tell them that today? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and did you ever tell any of these 3 people that before today? Answer, I mentioned something of the fact to Detective Zoller. Question, and how many times before today have you talked to Detective Zoller? Answer, perhaps 3 or 4 times. Question, 3 to 4 times. And was each of those times over the phone or were any of those times in person? Answer, just over the phone. Question, and do you recall on which of those occasions you mentioned to him that you had information from Walker about an argument between the Menendezes? Answer, possibly the first time. Question, now, if we could focus on the first time, what month do you believe it was that you talked to Detective Zoller for the first time? Answer, I didn't make a note of that. As I mentioned, it was somewhere in perhaps a month or 2 ago. He called me for information regarding Grant Walker. And this was the reason why he first called. He asked me if I sent Grant Walker to the Menendez house. Question, okay. Answer, this is specifically the first information that he wanted if I sent him there. Question, now, let me ask you this. Do you think it was in that first contact with Detective Zoller that you mentioned what Walker had told you? Answer, I think so, yes. Question, now, do you recall also having a second contact with a woman investigator named Cynthia Erdely? Answer, yes, I do. Question, do you understand that she was a defense investigator? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did you speak to her before or after you spoke to Detective Zoller for the first time? Answer, I don't remember if it was before or after. Question, do you remember Miss Erdely speaking to you about this job that you had sent Mr. Walker on and whatever you knew about that job? Answer, yes, I do. Question, and if I were to tell you that your conversation with Ms. Erdely was Wednesday, September 1st, 1993, would that refresh your recollection as to when it was? Answer, yes. Question, does that sound right? Answer, yes, about a couple of months or so. Question now, do you recall Ms. Erdely asking you what your regular appointment date was for servicing the Menendez pool? Answer, I don't remember if she asked me that question. I don't recollect. Question, do you still have the account for that pool? Answer, yes, I do. Question, did you tell that to Ms. Erdely? Answer, no, I don't remember her asking. Question, do you remember telling her in 1989 you went there being the Elm Drive house, every Wednesday between 1 and 2 p.m. and performed the pool maintenance that took about 45 minutes? Answer, I don't remember. My regular schedule was Monday and Thursday. Occasionally, if there was a problem or I might come on a Wednesday, that might be a possibility. I made a Wednesday call if I didn't get through. Most of my schedule was Wednesday and Thursday. Question, Mr. Bartek, isn't it true you told Ms. Erdely your schedule was every Wednesday and never mentioned Monday and Thursday to her at all? Answer, I don't remember that, no. Question, what's your schedule? Answer, I come there on a Wednesday now. It switched from 2 calls to 1 call, the schedule. Question, now you go every Wednesday? Answer, the schedule was the same, yes. I may have been confused, but the schedule changed. Question, so when you spoke to Ms. Erdely on Wednesday, September 1st, 1993, you might not have remembered at that time when it was you serviced the Menendez pool when they were alive. Is that what? Answer, the fact I switched from 2 times to 1 time, that possibly could have just elapsed my mind. But like I said, I switched the schedule there and only come once a week. Question, when did you switch the schedule? Answer, a couple of years ago or so. Question, all right, let me ask you this then. Did you say to her, to Ms. Erdely, in 1989, you went there every Wednesday between 1 and 2 p.m. and performed the pool maintenance that took about 45 minutes? He would mostly see Kitty Menendez, who was usually pleasant. Do you remember telling Ms. Erdely that? Answer, I would talk to Kitty, yes.
Question, do you remember saying the words I just read to you? Answer, I remember telling her, yes, that I did talk to Kitty. Yes, that I recall. Question, did you tell her you went there every Wednesday? Answer, that I don't remember. Question, did you tell her that you were there the Wednesday before the killings? Answer, I don't recall that I said that, no. Question, did you tell her that you could not recall who was there that Wednesday? Answer, I don't remember telling that, no. Question, did you tell her that the Wednesday after the murders you went there and found it was roped off and security guards were there? Answer, I may have told her security guards were there. In fact, I went there and passed by a day or 2 after the murder, and there was always security guards there. Even question, my question is, did you tell her you went there the Wednesday after the murders? Answer, I possibly may have, but I don't recall. Question, now did Miss Erdely ask you to look up your records for any records you had relating to the Menendez home? Answer, I told her at that time that my records were in the garage in boxes and that I would look them up, but I didn't have any at the present time. And I question, did you go to the garage and look in the boxes? Answer, well, yes, several weeks afterwards. So yes, I finally did, but at that time I didn't. Question, you had no records, so you can't prove in writing that you went there on Mondays and Thursdays rather than Wednesdays, is that right? Answer, I can't prove it in writing, no. Question, now, did you also tell Miss Erdely that you discovered the spa controls were being overridden by the pool controls on your own? In other words, the men didn't point it out to you, you knew it? Answer, I don't recall saying that, no. Question, you don't recall saying that. Did you tell Miss Erdely that you may have made this discovery 2 Wednesdays before the murders? Answer, I don't remember that I said that, no, I don't. Question, did you tell her that you called Grant Walker to do the repairs and they were done a few days later, to the best of your recollection? Answer, I told her that Grant Walker did the repair, yes. Question, no, I'm asking you if you told her that you called Walker to do the repairs and they were done a few days later after you made the discovery, to the best of your recollection. Answer, I don't recall saying that, no. Question, so you have a great deal of difficulty remembering what you said on September 1st, 1993. Is that fair to say? Answer, well, you mentioned the fact that this was when I first called. Question, I see. Answer, isn't that what you said? Question, you talked to Mr. Walker about this today, didn't you? Answer, yes, I did. Question, did you talk to Mr. Walker about this before today in 1993? Answer, yes. Question, and when was the last time you talked to Mr. Walker about this before today? Answer, when the matter first came up that we would be subpoenaed to testify. Question, and when were you subpoenaed? Answer, I have the subpoena somewhere here. Question, okay. Answer, it's subpoenaed on November 1st, 93. That's the subpoena. Question, so you were subpoenaed 2 months after you spoke to Ms. Erdely, is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and you talked to Mr. Walker after you were subpoenaed? Answer, yes. Is your memory different? Question, is your memory different than it was when you spoke to Ms. Erdely? Answer, no. Question, did Mr. Walker help your memory in any way in talking to him? Answer, no. Mr. Walker did not change my memory. Question, did you tell Ms. Erdely that Mr. Walker told you about overhearing an argument between the Menendez father and son? Answer, I possibly did say that, yes. Question, possibly, you don't remember? Answer, possibly, I did say that. I don't recall the conversation. Question, Mr. Bartek, might it refresh your recollection about the conversation with Ms. Erdely if I show you her report? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Bartek, why don't I give you a few moments to read that? Okay, have you read it? Now, Mr. Bartek, is there any mention in there in Ms. Erdely's report? Well, strike that. Does reading the report refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Erdely about your conversation with Mr. Walker concerning his overhearing an argument? Answer, repeat that again. Question, does reading Ms. Erdely's report refresh your memory as to whether or not you told her that Mr. Walker told you that he had overheard an argument between Mr. Menendez and one of his sons? Answer, if I recall, I did tell her that my repairman overheard an argument, yes. Question, is it in her report? Answer, I don't see it here. Question, it's not in the report? Answer, no, I don't see it there, no. Question, but what in the report you told her you were there every Wednesday? Answer, possibly I got confused since I go there Wednesday now. I just wasn't thinking about my schedule at that time, as I mentioned. Let me make that correction if that's possible. Question, well, did you make that correction? You had 2 months between the time you spoke to Ms. Erdely and the time you were subpoenaed. Did you call her up and make that correction? Answer, no. Question, she had asked you, did she not, for you to please check to see if you had found anything, to please contact her if anything turned up? Answer, at that time I didn't find anything. As the case progressed, then I searched and found these checks. Question, but she had left her number with you for you to contact her. Answer, yes, she did. And I don't remember what I did with it. I misplaced it and I forgot her name. Question, you misplaced her number and you forgot her name? Answer, yes. Question, when you spoke to Detective Zoller, did you tell him that you had given some misinformation to the defense investigator? Answer, no. Question, now you said that apart from the checks that are before you now, that you had other checks made earlier for previous jobs that Mr. Walker did. Is that right? Answer, well, that would not pertain to this job. Yes. Question, that wasn't the question. Answer, yes. Question, did you bring those earlier checks? Answer, no. Question, no. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If Mr. Walker had done the work on the Menendez pool on August 12th, is there a chance that you would have paid him for that before the 21st of August? Answer, I generally would pay him promptly, a day or two, or within a week. I would pay as soon as the job was done. This was the way I did things. Question, so is that yes, that if he, answer, yes. If he did the job, then the job was paid for immediately afterward. It would not go on for 2 or 3 weeks. Question, okay, but you didn't bring us any checks you may have written between August 12 and 21st, did you? Answer, no, there's a check here for August 21st. Question, yeah, but you didn't bring us the earlier ones? Answer, no. Question, now, did Mr. Walker tell you what this argument between the Menendez father and his son was about? Answer, no, he didn't. He did not go into detail, and I didn't ask him. Question, did he tell you which son? Answer, yes. Question, now, your testimony is that you had this conversation with Mr. Walker just a day or two after you learned the Menendezes were killed. Is that right? Answer, that's right. Question, and you learned the Menendezes were killed a day or so after they were killed? Answer, yes. Question, all right, so tell me what son did Mr. Walker tell you the argument was with? Answer, he said it was Erik. Question, he specifically used the name Erik? Answer, yes. Question, and he used the name Erik on August, 21st or 22nd of 1989? Answer, yes. Question, now, Answer, no, excuse me, he just said he overheard an argument between the father and the son. Question, which son, Erik? right? Answer, yes. Question, right. Now, Mr. Bartak, Mr. Walker testified here just before you that he didn't know the name Eric on August 21st or 22nd, 1989. Answer, well, I mentioned he said the father and the son. Question, isn't it your testimony that he told you the name Eric when he told you? Answer, that was later on. That was later on. Question, oh, this was later on. When was later on? Answer, as this case started. Question, as this case started. You mean as this case started being televised every day? Answer, no. Question, when did this case start, according to you, Mr. Bartak? Answer, I don't specifically know just when it started, but I don't specifically know the date or the time that he mentioned. I did ask him, I said, well, which one was it? And he said, it was Eric. Question, when did you talk to him about this? Answer, this is after the murder. Question, when was the next time you talked to Mr. Walker about this? Answer, well, there were a number of times. I mean, we talked about this. Question, yes, I want to know the second time. Answer, the second time? Question, yes. Answer, that we discussed. Question, this argument that he claims to have overheard between Mr. Menendez and a son. Answer, I specifically don't remember just when we discussed. I mean, I can't give you a certain day. Give me a year. Answer, well, it was when they found out that the boys did the murder. I mean, this question by Ms. Abramson, when they got arrested, is that right? Answer, yes. Question, and you're saying when they got arrested, Mr. Walker told you, I overheard an argument between Mr. Menendez and Eric. Is that right? Answer, no. Question, no. Answer, no. He mentioned that he overheard the argument whenever I talked to him about the family being murdered. Question, okay, well, when the boys got arrested, what was the discussion with Mr. Walker then? Answer, well, we were both surprised. Question, surprised? Answer, yes. Question, and then he said, by the way, the one I heard the father arguing with was Eric. Answer, excuse me. Question, and then he said, by the way, the one I heard the father arguing with was Eric. Answer, he didn't say it in that terms, no. Question, well, when did he say it was Eric? That's after the boys got arrested or later? Answer, I'll just be very honest with you, nothing like honesty. I specifically just don't remember what period of time. Question, maybe it was today, then, if you don't remember. Answer, no, definitely not. Question, well, when was the next time? You said that you had a conversation with Mr. Walker about this when this case got started. Did you mean when the brothers got arrested or some later date? Answer, well, we started discussing it when we found out the grant would be subpoenaed, and so that's when we started discussing. Question, you started discussing it after. When the defendants got arrested, you discussed it, and then you discussed it again after Grant learned he was being subpoenaed? Answer, well, we discussed it, yes. I'm just going to, out of the clear blue sky, perhaps a couple of months ago or so, 3 or 4 months ago. Question, is that what you're saying? Mr. Walker anticipated being subpoenaed 3 or 4 months ago? Answer, yes. Question, did Mr. Walker tell you 3 or 4 months ago that he expected to be a witness in this case? Answer, yes. Question, can you give us any clue, Mr. Bartak, of when it was? When was the first time Mr. Walker told you Eric's name as the person who had the argument with the father? Answer, I don't remember when. Question, do you know if it was in 1990, the year that? Answer, no. Question, the defendants were arrested? You don't know? Answer, I don't remember that. Question, do you know if it was in 1991? Answer, no. Question, do you know if it was in 1992? Answer, no. Question, do you know if it was in 1993? Answer, no. Question, so you have no idea when it was? Answer, well, let me rephrase that. I'm trying to recollect just when. It's after the boys were arrested, perhaps sometime at that time or when he got subpoenaed. Just like I said, I just can't specifically give you a date that. Question, Mr. Bartak, the brothers got arrested in March of 1990, 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, and Mr. Walker told you he expected to be a witness 3 or 4 months ago. Answer, Question, we're talking about a period of 3 years here. Answer, yeah. Question, can you place anywhere in those 3 years when he first said to you that the argument he overheard was between Mr. Menendez and Eric? Answer, I can't give you a date. Question, now, what did he tell you about this argument? What was Mr. Menendez and Erik arguing about? Answer, he didn't say what they were arguing about, and I didn't ask him. He just said he heard an argument, that's all. Question, that was the nature of the argument between the father and Erik? Answer, yes. He just said he heard an argument. Question, he never mentioned anything about Lyle, never mentioned anything about the mother, is that correct? Answer, no. Question, that's not correct? Answer, no. He did not mention anything about Lyle or the mother, no. Question, now, when was the most recent time that you and Mr. Walker discussed their argument between Mr. Menendez and Erik? Answer, in the recent times? Question, yes. Answer, we haven't discussed it, I mean. Question, how about today? Answer, I don't see him, I can't give you a date. Question, how about today? Talk about it today? Answer, oh, we mentioned going in, but question, I'm sorry, did you and Mr. Walker talk about the argument that he heard between the father and Erik today? Answer, yes. Question, and what did he tell you about that argument today? Answer, let me rephrase that. No, we did not discuss that. I'm just trying to question, don't say if you don't know. Mr. Bartak, take your time. Answer, no, we didn't discuss this outside. Question, you didn't discuss it at all today? Answer, no. Question, did you discuss it yesterday? Answer, no. Question, how about last week? Answer, no. Question, how about the week before? Answer, no. Question, but you have discussed it since you received your subpoena. That's what you've told us? Answer, well, yes, but I can't give you a specific date. When we got the subpoena, this thing came up again, yes. Question, well, what did he tell you, if anything, about, what did he say about this argument when you last spoke to him about it? Answer, well, he mentioned something to the fact that if it's going to be helpful to the case, then you know he's going to do what? Question, he can. Answer, he has to do to help the case. Question, to help the prosecution in the case. Answer, so, question, is that right? Answer, anyway. Question, to help the prosecution in the case, is that what he said? Answer, well, to help the case. Question, and to get on television? Answer, no, that was not the reason, no. Question, was Mrs. Walker around when he was talking to you about this? Answer, I don't know. Question, you don't know? Answer, no, I mean, generally our conversation was over the phone. Question, okay, how many times do you talk to Mr. Walker in a given week? Answer, depends, sometimes twice a week, just depends. Question, you talk to him all the time, don't you? Because you still work with him, right? Answer, well, yes, just depends on what the problems are in the pool route. It could be 2 times a week, could be once a week, could be 3 or 4 times a week. It just depends. Question, how many times do you think you've talked to him about the Menendez murder case? Answer, how many times? Question, yes, sir. Answer, that I wouldn't know. Question, now you recall reading in Ms. Erdely's report that you said that the calling, strike that you may have made the discovery of the spa override 2 Wednesdays before the murders. Do you recall reading that there? Answer, and it might be possible that I may have discovered it earlier, but question, my question is, did you read it in Ms. Erdely's report? Answer, yes, I did. Question, do you remember reading this report? Now, that's what you told her, that you could have made this discovery 2 Wednesdays before the murders, but you can't recall exactly. Answer, I'm reading it here. Question, okay, is that what you told her? Answer, it's possibly. Question, possibly what you told her? Answer, about when there is a problem with the situation, we might discover it a week or 2. But then if you do not get the okay from the customer, whatever, you can't deal with it right away. You have to maybe wait a week until you contact the customer to talk about the call. Question, did you have to wait a week to contact the customer? Answer, it's probably I did. Question, are you guessing or are you telling us what you remember, Mr. Bartak? Answer, I'm telling you what I remember to the best of my knowledge. I don't have a record piece of paper here of everything, you know. I don't record every single thing. Some things I remember, some things I don't. Question, and that's fine, Mr. Bartak. If you don't remember, will you tell us you don't remember? Answer, yes. Question, okay. Do you remember what day it was when you discovered the spa control was overriding the pool control? Answer, I either discovered it the week prior to the murder, could be a few days earlier. Question, could you have discovered it 2 weeks before? Answer, possibly and possibly not. Question, right. So you don't know. Isn't that the truth? Answer, I didn't keep records on that, whether it was exactly 2 weeks or so. Question, you don't know, do you? Answer, it was either.
Thank you. Can we take a break? Sure. Okay. Yes, and during the reread, anytime the jurors want a break, just indicate it. Even if I'm not on the bench, you're in control of the reread as to how you proceed. Just take a break and do what you would normally do during the break. It would help if you go into the jury room just for a minute during the initial break, and then they'll clear the courtroom and let you take your regular break and tell the bailiff when you want to resume, and then we'll set it up in here for the resumption of the rereading of testimony. Even if I'm not on the bench, the reporter will be here, the parties will all be here, and then as soon as you're all set, we'll have you come in and start the reread. There was one thing that I wanted to ask of you. I did discuss with you yesterday the proposed rereading of the testimony of Mr. Signorelli, and you were going to give me some clarification of that. If you can do that in writing, perhaps during the break, and give it to us, it'll help us find that particular portion. Okay, then you can take your break now. And I'd ask the council to remain just for a moment. All right, the jurors have left. Was there something the council wanted to discuss?
Oh. Well, my only concern is complete rereading and sort of stop, in the middle when I think that the subject matter hasn't been fully covered. Maybe they're getting their answer. I just have some concerns about that.
Well, what has happened during the rereading of testimony of certain witnesses that the jury had requested that the entirety of the testimony be read back. Those, on occasion, the jurors, through the foreman, have indicated that the reporter stop reading before the entirety of the witness's testimony has been read back. And that's certainly within the discretion of the jury as to what portion of the testimony they wish to have read back. Just because they ask for the entirety of the testimony doesn't mean they have to listen to it if they choose otherwise. So that's their decision, and I certainly am not going to interfere with that in any way.
When it comes, though, to them asking for a reread specific to a topic, as they have with the partial thing, though, Your Honor, then, and the court is making the decision now about what should be read back, I would ask that the reporter read back everything that the court is designating.
Well, again, if they hear what it is that they're looking for, they're the ones who control that. If they don't want any more, then it's their decision. We are responding to their request when they ask for portions of the testimony, and they are aware of that because they requested only portions of the testimony. And if they, again, feel that they've heard whatever they're looking for, then that should be it.
But my point is, if they're asking for something subject matter specific, and we know that there is additional information that may be contradictory to what they've just heard, I think they have to hear all of it, because they could hear the first thing and think that's the state of the evidence and be wrong.
Well, but they're the ones who are saying stop, not us. If they make that statement that they've heard what they want, then that's what they're asking for. We're only responding to their requests.
Well,
they don't have to ask for anything.
I think it's wrong to do that if they've asked for example, all the testimony from the coroner concerning shots. If they hear one piece and we know there's another piece that's contradictory, I think we have to let them hear both of them. Otherwise,
I don't agree. I think, first of all, that has not happened yet. You are anticipating something that is yet to occur. So far, the entire testimony of every witness, or the witnesses who have been read back so far, were the subject of the jury request for the entirety, and they've broken off before the entirety of the testimony has been read back. And clearly, even in that situation, there might be more material later on dealing with the same subject matter that might be contradictory, and they have elected not to listen to it. And they have the right to do that in regards to any reread. It's at their discretion. They're in control of this. We are not. They've asked for it, and we're just doing whatever they ask.
Well, when they ask for a topic, though, I think they should hear the entire topic. That's my position.
All right. Well, it's not what you think or I think. It's what the jury thinks.
No, I think that's what's fair, because, for example,
it's again their decision, not ours. They're asking for it, and we're giving what they asked for. All right. We'll be in recess, and when the jury is back and ready to resume, we'll resume.
How long a recess did we do?
Whenever they're ready to come back.
What do we do?
This is direct examination of Casey Whalen by Ms. Abramson. Question, is that what people call you, Casey? Answer, sure is. Yes, ma'am. The court will call you Mr. Whalen. Question, do you know Erik Menendez? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and how did you come to know him? Answer, he came to high school in Calabasas High School, where I went to high school my junior year. Question, and what year was your junior year at Calabasas High School? Answer, fall of '87, spring of '88. Question, if I were to tell you that Erik moved to California in the fall of '86 and began Calabasas High School then, would you know if you met him in his first year there or in his second year there? Answer, it would be the second year. I mean, that was when I got to know him, was at that time. Question, okay, and at Calabasas High School, were you a member of any of the athletic teams? Answer, yes, ma'am. I played football in the fall and I ran track in the spring. Question, and when you got to know Erik, did you know if he was a member of any of the athletic teams at Calabasas High School? Answer, yes, he was a member of the tennis team. Question, you were not? Answer, no, ma'am. Question, now, did you know another member of the tennis team named Craig Signorelli? Answer, yes, very well. Question, did you know Craig Signorelli before you got to know Erik Menendez? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and at the time that you got to know Erik Menendez, was Craig Signorelli a friend of yours? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and how long had you known Mr. Signorelli before you met Erik Menendez? Answer, I came to middle school in second grade. Craig was in the third grade, so I'd known him for quite some time, at least of him. Question, and did you know other students who knew Craig Signorelli? Answer, oh, yes, ma'am. Question, and all through your schooling, from the time you first came to know Mr. Signorelli through high school, did you from time to time discuss Mr. Signorelli with other students? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, now at some point after you came to know Erik Menendez, did you come to go to his home? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and do you recall where he was living when he was attending Calabasas High School? Answer, in Calabasas Park. Question, we have Ms. Abramson, if I might approach Your Honor, the court, yes. Question by Ms. Abramson. We have a picture chart here of different houses, and calling your attention to this picture chart, do you recognize any of the houses on it? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and what house do you recognize? Answer, the Calabasas house, 4530. Question, let me put it down just to get something off here. Okay, you've identified this house here, 4530 Park, Livorno. Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and to the best of your knowledge, was that a house that the Menendez family owned or rented? Answer, I don't know, I didn't know. Question, and during the time that you knew Erik, that he lived in the valley, basically in Calabasas, did he always live at this particular house? Answer, yes. While I went to school, yes, ma'am. Question, and did you know of another house in the Calabasas area that the family was building or remodeling? Answer, yes, a kind of above the valley on Mulholland Highway. Question, to the best of your knowledge, did the Menendez family ever move into the Mulholland Highway house? Answer, no, ma'am. Question, they didn't? Answer, they didn't. The house was never completed when they were there. Question, on how many occasions, if you can estimate, Mr. Whalen, did you visit the Park Livorno house while Erik lived there? Answer, 20, 30 times maybe. Question, and was there anything unusual or noticeable about the condition of some of the rooms of that house? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and would you describe for the jury what was unusual? Answer, it was the family room was always kind of dirty, and the living room and various rooms had boxes that were there for the duration of time that I knew Erik, and one of the rooms was piled with boxes almost to the ceiling where you couldn't walk into it. Question, was that the living room? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, so from the time you knew Erik all the way till he moved from that house, the living room was a room filled with boxes? Answer, yeah, and other rooms had boxes the whole time while they lived there. Question, did this appear to be the kind of boxes people pack when they move from place to place? Answer, exactly, yes, ma'am. Question, now, did you come to know at some point that Craig Signorelli was not permitted at Erik's house? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and do you recall specifically hearing Jose Menendez, Mr. Menendez, say something to that effect? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and what do you recall? And did you hear this at the house? Answer, yes, ma'am. Actually, at the time, Craig and I were quite close, and I had mentioned to Erik why he hadn't been spending as much time with us at the house, and Mr. Menendez said that Craig Signorelli kid is not allowed in this house. Question, so you were having a conversation with Erik about why Mr. Signorelli was no longer around? Answer, with Mr. Menendez there. Question, and do you recall when that was? Answer, no, I don't. It was sometime while they were living at the Calabasas house. Question, and to the best of your recollection, did the family move from the Calabasas house in the fall of 1988? Answer, yes, just yes. Question, so this was sometime before that? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, at some point in the summer of 1989 and August of 1989, did you hear that Erik's parents had been killed? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did you receive notice that by some means that there was going to be a memorial service? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did you attend that memorial service? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, did any other members of your family attend the service? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, who else attended? Answer, my mother, and I had a friend who was in town, and his father came with us as well. So the four of us went. Question, and was that friend's last name Jones? Answer, yes, ma'am, it was. Question, now what's your mother's name? Answer, Kathy Bulow Cohen. Question, and do you recall, Mr. Whalen, where the memorial service was held? Answer, I believe the building was called something Screen Actors Guild, maybe. It was on Sunset Boulevard, as I remember. Question, and do you recall at some point, either before or after the memorial service, learning that Erik was about to travel somewhere? Answer, it was when I walked in the door and I saw Erik for the first time in a while. Question, and did Erik indicate to you that he was going to be leaving Los Angeles? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and where did he indicate he would be going? Answer, back to New Jersey for what I thought was the funeral. Question, for the actual funeral? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did he indicate whether he was going to stay in New Jersey or come back to the Los Angeles area? Answer, he said he would be returning to Los Angeles. Question, and when he said that, did that provoke you to talk to your mother about something? Answer, yes, ma'am. My mother had offered for Erik to stay at my house for a couple of weeks just because she felt like if I was in that situation, she'd hope a friend of mine would do the same for me. So, question, did you make an offer to Erik at the memorial service that when he returned from New Jersey, he could stay at your house? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and what was his response to that offer? Answer, he accepted. He said that would be great, but he didn't. He said he'd call me when he was going back for a few days, and he didn't know the exact time he would be coming back. Question, after the memorial service, did you spend some time with Erik at a hotel that he and some of his family members were staying at? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and during the time that you spent with Erik at the hotel, could you describe what his demeanor was like? Answer, somber, upset, crying, basically sad. Sad would be the tone. Question, and was that true at the memorial service as well? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and was that somber and sad demeanor what you saw throughout the time that you were with him at the hotel after the memorial service? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, now, did you see Lyle Menendez at the hotel after the memorial service also? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and was there a point at which Lyle left and went to the airport? Answer, yes, we took him to the airport. Question, and who was we? Answer, Erik and Lyle and Pete Jones Jr. and myself. Question, and do you recall what day that was that you took Lyle to the airport? Answer, I believe that was the day of the memorial, which was the 25th of August. Question, Friday? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did Erik leave the same day? Answer, no, ma'am. Question, and did you know when it was that Erik was supposed to leave for New Jersey? Answer, I believe it was the next day. Question, did you take Erik to the airport also? Answer, no, ma'am. Question, did you return from the airport with Erik and Pete Jones Jr. to the Bel Air Hotel? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, after dropping off Lyle? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, now, did you receive a phone call or phone calls from Erik when he was in New Jersey? Answer, to pick him up? Yes, ma'am. Question, were arrangements made before he actually came back for you to pick him up? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and do you recall the day upon which you were supposed to pick him up? Answer, I believe it was September 1st. Question, and that would be September 1st, answer, of 1989. Question, now, were you about to go, when did you graduate, Mr. Whalen, from Calabasas High School? Answer, 89, June of 89. Question, June of 89. And were you starting college in the fall of 89? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and where were you starting college that fall? Answer, Santa Barbara City College. Question, and were you due to go to Santa Barbara to start attending college on a particular day? Answer, September 5th. Question, and in fact, just to jump ahead, did you leave? Your family lives in Agoura? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, did you leave your family home in Agoura and go to Santa Barbara on September 5th? Answer, yes, that is correct. Question, let's back up then to the previous Friday, September 1st, okay? On that day, were you supposed to do something before you went to pick Erik up at the airport? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and what were you supposed to do? Answer, I was supposed to meet at the house on Elm Drive and meet a police officer there to go pick up Erik at the airport. Question, you mean a police officer or do you mean a private security? Answer, a security, a guard, whoever was watching the house. Question, and did you go to the house and attempt to talk to the security guards? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and would they talk to you? Answer, no. They told me to get away from the house and that I had no business being there. Question, and did that disturb you? Answer, very much so. Question, did you then place a telephone call to your home and without telling us what was said, talk to your mother? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and after talking to your mother, did you then proceed without a security guard to the airport? Answer, that is correct. Question, and at the airport, did you meet Erik's plane? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and did you and Erik then go somewhere after the airport? Answer, we went back to the Beverly Hills house on Elm Drive. Question, and did Erik tell you why he was going back to the house? Answer, he needed to pick up some things. He wanted to get his messages and he needed to meet somebody there. Question, and did he describe to you what sort of person he was going to meet there? Answer, nothing I remember right now. I just knew we had to meet somebody there and he needed things to do, pick up at the house. Question, with respect to the person he needed to meet there, was there any reference made to the computer in the home? Answer, not at the time, not till we got to the house. So when I picked him up at the airport, there was no mention of that. Question, okay. When you got to the house, did one of the security guards give Erik something? Answer, he gave him a note. Question, and who purportedly wrote the note? Answer, Lyle. Question, and did Erik have some kind of reaction? Well, first of all, did Erik look at the note? Answer, yes, he did. Question, and did he have some kind of reaction to the note? Answer, yes, ma'am. He was astonished that the note was from Lyle. Question, did Erik comment about the handwriting in the note? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, all right. Mr. Willen, did Erik say something about the handwriting on this note? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, what did he say? Answer, they said the note was from Lyle, but he couldn't figure out how it could be from Lyle. He couldn't figure out the handwriting. Did he say it didn't look like Lyle's handwriting? Answer, exactly. Question, and did that seem to alarm him? Answer, very much so. Both of us. Question, you got scared too? Answer, yeah, I couldn't figure out what was going on. Question, now at some point after strike that. Did Erik check his message machine while he was at the house? Answer, at that point, after we'd received the note that was supposedly written from Lyle, we went upstairs to check his answering machine and pick up a few things. Question, okay. Now, do you then recall some person or people coming and being in his parents' bedroom where the computer was? Answer, I remember Erik and I looking over a gentleman's shoulder while he was trying to do something with the computer. I wasn't that attentive, but I remember us both standing behind a gentleman working on the computer. Question, do you specifically recall the gentleman arriving or the gentleman going up into the bedroom? Do you remember those details? Answer, the only thing that really sticks out in my head is Erik and I both standing behind him, looking over his shoulder, trying to work on the computer. Question, and this gentleman was seated and you and Erik were standing? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and do you remember at some point you left Erik standing behind the man and you went and sat down somewhere? Answer, yeah. I kind of was a tennis ball laying around. I was just kind of laying down, sitting down on the bed. Question, and this was in his parents' room? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, do you have a recollection of being on the bed with a tennis ball or playing with a tennis ball? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, this person who was working on the computer, was it male or female? Answer, he was male. It was a male. Question, at some point after you remember that person being in the room, was anything said about anything having been erased from the computer? Answer, Erik was, yeah. On our ride home, we talked about it. He couldn't figure out what had happened on the computer, and I didn't know exact details at that time until we'd gotten back to my house. Question, all right. At some point, this person is there, and then at some point, this person leaves. This person working on the computer? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and at some point, do you and Erik leave the house in Beverly Hills? Answer, yeah. And we went out to my house. Question, in Agoura? Answer, yes, ma'am. Question, and on the ride out to your house, Erik tells you that, what, about? Answer, something was wrong with the will on the computer and he couldn't figure out what had happened. Question, did he say something was wrong or did he say something was erased? Answer, something to that effect. I don't recall the exact words. Something was definitely wrong with the computer with the will. I didn't remember. So you want no more of Casey Whelan's testimony, correct?
No more.
Okay. This is the direct examination of Andy Cano. Question by Ms. Abramson. And do you know over what age, your age, would you say over at Erik and Lyle's house? Answer, well, it varied between ages. I would say between my ages of 8 and 10 years old, it was the times that I most often was able to go over his house. Question, and after that, it was less frequent? Answer, that's right. Question, when you were 10 years old, how old was Erik? Answer, he was 12 and a half. That's right. Question now, were there occasions when your cousin Erik ever stayed at your house? Answer, very few times. I can only recall one. Question, do you recall a time when your cousin Erik was playing at your house where in the course of your time together he told you something you had not heard before? Answer, yes, I do. Question, and can you first tell us where were you guys physically when this play began? Answer, okay, what I recall is this. Like I said before, this is one of the few times that he was able to come to my house for any activities. And this particular time, I remember it being winter time. And there were fields behind my house, agricultural fields. And it would be a field and then a strip of woods. And then there would be another field and another strip of woods and so on. And we were back in the fields. Question, okay, and you were playing some kind of game in the fields behind your house? Answer, that's right. We had toy guns and we were pretending we were running from an army. We would play war games pretty often. Question, what was the name of this particular game? Answer, I just remember we were running from the Russians. I don't know if you call it that game or not. Question, that's what you were pretending? Answer, that's what we were pretending at the time. Question, at some point while you were pretending to run from the Russians, did something happen that made the two of you take cover or hide? Answer, yes. Question, what happened? Answer, okay, there was a farmer that owned the fields, I guess, and I had heard stories from other neighborhood kids and so on that he was pretty mean to people that passed by the fields or would play in the fields. And that time there was a helicopter and we thought that it was him. Question, a helicopter you mean was flying? Answer, it was flying over us and it seemed very close to us. And we thought for sure that it was the farmer spotting people in the fields. And I was very scared and I definitely told him about it. So we started running. Question, and where did you get to? Answer, well, we got to the woods and then we decided that we were going to run. We were going to split up and we were going to run to a strip and another patch of woods a couple fields afterwards that we both knew about, and we were going to run and meet at the tree. Question, okay, and did you run and meet at the tree? Answer, yes, we did. Question, and did you spend some time at the tree hiding from the farmer? Answer, yes. Question, and during the time that you were at the tree hiding from the farmer, did Erik begin a conversation with you? Answer, yes. Question, and do you recall how the conversation began? Answer, well, yes, I do. Question, okay, would you tell us how it began? Answer, he asked me if my dad ever gave me massages. Question, and did you understand at that point what he meant? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, and do you recall basically what your response to him was? Answer, well, at that point I got the feeling, I'm sure he let me know this, but he was actually trying to find out if any of these massages were normal. And my response to him was that I wouldn't know. I didn't have a father around. My parents were divorced then, and I really couldn't help him. Question, let me ask you this. He asked you whether your father gave you massages? Answer, that's right. Question, you said he was trying to find out if it was normal? Was there something else he told you about the massages, like where they were? Answer, yes, he did. Question, okay. What did he say about where the massages were? Answer, well, he told me his father was massaging his dick. Question, he used that word? Answer, yes, he did. Question, and he was asking you some kind of question about this kind of behavior? Answer, seemed like he was reaching out to me. Question, let me see if we can reconstruct this, Mr. Cano. First, he asks you if your dad gives you massages, something like that. Answer, that's right. Question, do you ask him anything like, what kind of massages? What do you mean by massages? Answer, I'm sure I did. Question, and then he tells you that he's talking about his dad massaging his dick or does something to his dick is what he tells you. Answer, that's right. Question, so then does he ask you again, does this happen to you or anything like that? Answer, yes. At that point, we were both trying to figure out whether what was happening to him was normal. Question, okay. Answer, he wanted to know that if this happens to every kid with a father and son relationship, and I couldn't help him, I didn't have a father around. Question, so you said, I don't know, my dad's not here? Answer, that's right, I said something to that effect. Question, okay, and what else is said as best you can remember in the course of this particular conversation? Answer, well, what I do remember very specifically was him asking me to make a promise to him never to reveal that to anybody. And he was saying it very seriously, and I took it very seriously. Question, had you suggested at any point in the conversation revealing it to someone or telling someone or asking someone about it? Answer, well, at that point I was wondering myself, and I really wanted to ask my mother if that was normal. Question, did you mention that to Erik? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and was it after that that he made you promise? Answer, I don't remember. It was probably after that, yes. Question, so you told him, I don't know if it's normal, why don't I ask my mom? Something like that? Answer, exactly. Question, what did he say to you when you suggested asking your mother? Answer, he told me never to reveal it to anybody, to promise him that I would keep it a secret between us. Question, now, were there any other times that you were with your cousin Erik when this topic of massages with his father came up? Answer, there were several times I recall. Question, and do you remember where these conversations came up? Answer, yes, I do. In his bedroom in the Pennington house. Question, and were these occasions when you were visiting or sleeping over or something else? Answer, most likely sleeping over. I remember most of them took place at night. Question, and do you remember anything about, first of all, the next time it came up? Do you have any idea of when that was in relation to this winter time when you were playing Running from the Russians? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, when was the next time? Do you have any idea? Answer, well, it was probably a month later. Question, why do you say that? Answer, that would be my best, because I remember it not being exactly later, but it wasn't too far along the road. It was definitely probably about a month's time that had passed. Question, did you see your cousin Erik more frequently than once or twice a month at this time? Answer, no. Question, and do you recall generally what the topic was the next time it came up? Answer, well, it was sort of a continuation of the conversation we had in the woods, just basically contemplating on whether it was normal or not. Question, okay. And was there anything else that occurred in this conversation that you can remember? Did Erik ask you anything? Answer, well, I remember he told me again never to tell anybody, and I brought it up again that maybe he should let me ask my mother, and I remember him replying no. And I asked him why didn't he let his mother know or ask his mother, you know. Question, do you remember what he said when you asked why didn't he ask his mother? Answer, yes, I do. Question, what did he say? Answer, he said that she would get mad at his father. Question, now, do you recall a subsequent occasion, another occasion when this topic was being discussed between you and Erik, where he gave you some additional information about what was going on? Answer, yes. Question, and can you recall that? Tell us what you can remember of that conversation. Answer, what I can remember of that conversation is very little, but I do remember very well that he explained to me that these massages that his father was giving him were beginning to hurt. Question, and do you remember whether or not you understood what they meant, what that meant, or? Answer, I definitely didn't understand. Question, and do you recall whether or not you tried to gather any information about any massages, about why massages were hurting? Answer, I would imagine I did, but I don't remember. Question, okay, did you ask Erik straight out, why does it hurt, or what hurts, or what is he doing that makes it hurt? Answer, if I did, I don't remember. Question, and you don't remember his ever elaborating on it? Answer, no. Question, he didn't tell you anything about tacks or needles or ropes or anything like that? Answer, no, he didn't. Question, were you familiar with a nickname that your cousin Erik used to refer to himself at about this same time? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and what was that nickname? Answer, it was Hurt Man. Question, now, did he express to you in this last conversation his desire with respect to these massages with his father, what he wanted? Answer, what his father wanted, or? Question, no, what Erik wanted. Answer, what Erik wanted? Yeah, he told me he wanted him to stop. I remember that being the last conversation that I remember. Question, and was there any further discussion with him about your knowing about this? Answer, I'm sorry, can you say that again? Question, okay, in this last conversation, was there any further discussion with Erik about your knowing about what was going on with him and his dad? Answer, well, it was very clear that he wanted to keep it as a secret between us and that I was never going to reveal that to anybody. And I had promised him, and I swore to him that I wouldn't, but he definitely seemed nervous. Question, seemed nervous about Question, seemed nervous about what, Mr. Kano? Answer, that I might tell somebody. This is cross-examination by Mr. Kuriyama. Mr. Kano, how old were you when you had this alleged conversation with Erik Menendez in this field? Answer, I believe I was 10 years old at the time. Question, and Erik Menendez was about 13? Answer, he would have been going on 13. It was wintertime. Question, and this is the first time you had ever heard of these massages? Answer, that's right. Question, and when he told you that, you didn't tell anyone what he had told you? Answer, no. Question, and you recall this happening in the winter sometime? Answer, yeah, that's right. Question, and the next conversation that you had with him was when? Answer, about a month later. Question, and it was in the same field? Answer, no, it was in his bedroom at home. Question, and he brought up the subject again? Answer, yes. Question, and was there a third conversation? Answer, yes, there was. Now, I know I must have brought up the conversation at least once. I remember bringing it up. I don't remember how I did. Question, at some point, though, you again talked to your cousin about these massages. Answer, that's right. Question, and this was about how much later? Answer, about a month later, I would say. From the first occurrence is what you're asking? Question, yes. Answer, yes. Question, so it's been spaced out about a month apart, these three conversations? I'm sorry, would you ask me again? Question, the first conversation occurred when you were in the field. About a month later, you had a conversation with your cousin Erik Menendez in his bedroom? Answer, mm-hmm. Question, about a month after that, you had another conversation? Answer, I don't remember when exactly those other two took place, but the second conversation I had was about a month later. I don't remember about the other ones, how much later they were. Question, and he talked about a massage that his father had given him? Answer, that's right. Question, on every one of these occasions, did he talk about a massage? Answer, I don't remember if on the third or fourth he did, but I knew by then what he was talking about, so he didn't have to let me know. Question, and he asked you if your father ever gave you a massage like that? Answer, yes, he did. Question, now, did you ever tell anybody about this? Answer, I didn't tell anybody until I told Ms. Leslie Abramson. Question, and that was sometime after Erik Menendez was arrested for the murders of his parents? Answer, that's right. Question by Mr. Kuriyama. Now, you asked him about these alleged massages, correct? Answer, that's right. Question, and you wanted to know in detail what occurred there? Answer, not in detail. He would never give me any details. We basically were always trying to figure out if what was happening to him was normal, and I had no way of knowing, like I said. That's the end of his testimony. This is a testimony of Erik Menendez, direct examination by Ms. Abramson. Now, did you, by the time you were, well, I don't know, you tell me, at what age did you come to believe that what was happening between you and your father was really abnormal? Answer, really abnormal? Question, yeah, really wrong or abnormal. Answer, when I was 13 or 14, when I was younger, when I was like 12 and so on, I just really hated it. But I thought it was normal. It was only when I talked to my cousin, I just began to really have problems with it that I thought maybe this was not something normal. Question, you said you talked to your cousin. Mr. Menendez, was there one person that you were closest to when you were young? Answer, yes. Question, and was that a person your age or someone younger than yourself? Answer, that was someone younger than myself. Question, who was that person? Answer, that was my cousin Andy. Question, Andy what? Answer, Andy Cano. Question, and at this time, did you therefore become closer with Andy? Answer, yes. Question, Mr. Menendez, when you were about 13, did you actually tell Andy Cano what was happening between yourself and your father? Answer, I told him. Question, I'm not asking what you said. That would be hearsay. But did you tell him what was happening? Answer, yeah, I believe I told him before 13. Question, before you were 13? Answer, yeah. I think I told him before Lyle started dating Stacy, when I was about 12. Question, well, if he remembers that he was 10, could your memory be defective? Answer is possibly my memory is defective. Possibly it is. Question, you're 3 years older than him, aren't you? Answer, yeah, I think so. Question, and how did you strike that? How did you tell him? How did strike that? You've testified you were in part afraid to tell people. Is that right? Answer, yes, I was very afraid. Question, why would you tell Andy if you were afraid to tell? Answer, because Andy and I were having a really close relationship and I didn't really tell him at first. I did it real slowly, getting into it. Eventually I did, but I got in real slowly first because I was afraid. Question, you were afraid of what? Answer, of telling him and him telling somebody else. I wanted to see how he would sort of react. Question, and did he keep the secret? Answer, as far as I know. And that's the end of his requested testimony.
This is the continuation of Erik Menendez cross-examination. Question, and do you know what prompted you to tell the one person you did tell, your cousin, Andy? Answer, because I was trying to understand. I was really beginning to really question what was happening between my dad and I never questioned it before. And I sort of wanted to find out from Andy if this had ever happened to him, if this was some sort of thing that happened to people and it was normal, or was I strange? And question, did you tell your cousin, Andy, to get help? Answer, no. That's all. And we haven't found the rest of it yet.
Okay, there's, why don't we go back on the record?
Oh, sorry.
All right. Some of the testimony has been read back, and the reporters, court reporters are still looking for the balance of the materials that you requested, and also the lawyers are looking for some of it. Requires some effort on their part as well. And then when they finish, they give me the list that they've come up with to resolve any disputes, if there are any, regarding what it is that you've requested. So what I would suggest is that perhaps you resume your deliberations now if you choose to, or if you need the reread of testimony prior to resumption of deliberations, you can take your break. It's up to you. You want to continue? Okay. And as far as the lunch hour, what is it? You've been coming back at 1, is that right? 12 to 1. Okay, then if you want to do that, and my guess is that it'll probably be about 2 o'clock before we can resume the reread, if that's agreeable with you. And then you can continue your deliberations if you choose to in the interim. Okay, all right, thank you.
Involved. Question, so there's a distinction then between the wounds that you're going to describe and the shots inflicted. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question now, referring to Mrs. Menendez, starting with wound number 1, would you describe for us where wound number 1 was located, please? Answer, shotgun wound number 1 of the head particularly was on the left cheek. Question, what can you tell us about this wound, please? Answer, it was a contact wound with soot or smoke deposit in the deeper tissues on the pathway, and I did recover some plastic wadding in this case. Question, Dr. Golding, I'm going to show you a photograph which has been marked as photograph 85. Photograph 85, can you see wound number 1 in this photograph? Answer, yes. Question, and I believe you've described it as being to the left cheek. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, could you point at that for me, please? The witness pointing. Ms. Bozanich, Your Honor, has identified a wound to the left cheek. Question, now I believe you've indicated that was a contact wound and you saw soot inside of the wound. Did you see any soot on the outside of the wound? Answer, no, I did not. Question, I believe you indicated you recovered some pellets. Is that correct? Answer, I recovered as I didn't the first time. There were birdshot pellets and plastic wadding. Question now, are birdshot pellets different in size from the other kind of pellets that you recovered from Mr. Menendez? Answer, to my naked eye examination, yes. Birdshot are the smallest type of pellets you can recover. Question, do you have an opinion as to what kind of damage this wound number 1 would have done? Answer, well, there were extensive fractures of the jaw and there were multiple fractures of the skull associated with this, along with the problem that there were other gunshot wounds to the head. So when they intersect like this, it's impossible to say exactly what caused which wound caused which fracture, because their pathways are too close together. The one I'm going to describe subsequently too is also to the head on the other side. Question, let's get on then to the next wound, which is wound number 2 in your report. Where was wound number 2, please? And for the record, I'm going to put a 1 up on the left cheek on diagram 90. Where was wound number 2, doctor? Answer, the one I grouped as wound number 2 involved the right cheek, the eye, the nose, and the nose and a portion of the left cheek. Question, could you please leave the witness stand and just point out to us what grouping you're talking about as wound number 2? Answer, yes, I'm referring to this cluster here of the pointing, the forehead, the eye region, the nose, and the cheek. Question, including the upper lip, I think, is that correct? Answer, yes. Question now, the kind of shot or the kind of pellets that were used in wound number 2, was that different from the kind of shot from wound number 1? Answer, they were larger than the ones in wound number 1. Wound number 1 I described as the tiny ones, birdshot. These appear to be larger. Question, did you recover any pellets from this wound? Answer, yes. Question, do you know exactly how many pellets you recovered? Answer, no. Just as best as I can do a representative sample. Question, and did you notice how many individual pellet wound defects did you notice as to wound number 2? Answer, approximately 10. Question, and do you have an opinion as to what kind of damage this would have done? In other words, would it have been fatal? Would this have been survivable? Answer, this produced multiple fractures of the face and probably of the skull. Again, it appeared to intersect the shotgun wound that I described just before this. Number 1, they're both going and meeting in the same area. One is the left side, the other is the right side. They appear to be meeting, so it's impossible to tell which one caused which fractures. Ordinarily, this would be considered a fatal wound causing damage to the skull and face. Question, moving now to wound number 3. In your report, can you describe for us where wound number 3 was located? Answer, this one involved the head, the right side of the jaw, and the right clavicle or collarbone, and I've already indicated that it's in proximity to wound number 2, so it's not unequivocal that it's separate. As a matter of fact, it could be related or the same shot as number 2. Question, I have here another photograph, which is photograph 86, and I believe you're talking about the clavicle. Do you mean the collarbone right here? Answer, yes. Question, all right, photograph 86, I'm going to mark next to the clavicle with a green tag number 3. Now, in addition to the damage to the collarbone, there's damage to the lower jaw in this photograph. Is that damage to the lower right jaw, in your opinion, affiliated with the wound to the collarbone? Answer, it may be with the tilting of the head to the right, it may be related. Question, and I'm also going to place a tag number 3 then in the collarbone area of this diagram, number 90. Did you see any soot or stippling as to this wound, which we're going to call wound number 3? Answer, no. This is classified as a distant shot, individual pellet defects, so it's classified in the distant range. There is no soot or smoke or gunpowder. Question, how many? Answer, associated with these wounds. Question, how many individual pellet wounds did you note as they pertain to wound number 3? Answer, approximately 10. Question, did you also recover some of the projectiles, some of the little pellets? Answer, yes. Question, do you know about how many you recovered? Answer, no. They were lead pellets, again, similar to those in 2, larger than birdshot, and I took a representative sample, submitted it as evidence. Question, now we're going to move to wound number 4. Would you describe for us where wound number 4 is located? Answer, the one I called wound number 4 is on the left side of the head and left ear, going to the back of the neck. And this wound was associated with birdshot. In other words, the tiny pellets that I described for shotgun wound number 1. And this again was a distant shot, multiple individual pellet defects indicating spread. So this is in the distant range, but with the birdshot. Question, so then you've described 2 birdshot wounds. One was to the left cheek and one was near the left ear. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and here in photograph 85, which already has 2 dots on it, you can see on the left cheek some blood and also some darkness. Is this the wound that you're talking about, which is wound number 4? Answer, no. Wound number 4 is behind the left ear. Question, all right, we don't have a photograph of that here. Let me continue on and ask you some more questions. There's damage to the left shoulder shown in this photograph, whose number I've forgotten. In photograph 86, there's damage to the left shoulder. Could you tell me if the damage to the left shoulder was affiliated with this wound, which you're calling wound number 4, which was behind the left ear? Do you need a moment to go through your report? Answer, yes, I do. Question, Dr. Golden, the injury to the left shoulder, which is shown in photograph 6, was this affiliated with the injury to the left ear? Answer, it appears entirely consistent with it. Birdshot, it was a distant shot with birdshot pellets recovered, and by appropriate, I guess I could say manipulation of the left shoulder or tilting of the head. It could be 1 shotgun blast, not 2. Question, so your testimony then is that the injury to the left ear and the left shoulder both contain birdshot. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and that the injury to the left shoulder is reasonably affiliated with the injury to the ear. Is that correct? Answer, reasonably, or it's consistent. Question, so that would have been answer, they're close to one another. Yes. Question, and that was from a distance as opposed to the contact wound on the left cheek. Is that correct? Answer, yes. This was a distant shot striking 2 different areas, left shoulder and the left side of the head. Question, do you have an opinion as to wound number 4? In other words, would that have been immediately fatal? Answer, not ordinarily, no. It did not go into the head. It was basically into the skin, soft tissue, and ordinarily this would not be considered an immediately fatal wound. Question, let's continue on now to wound number 5. Could you describe to me where wound number 5 is located? Answer, this, what I call number 5 is on the right upper arm. Question, in addition, is there another wound to the forearm that you've classified in this group of wounds as number 5? Answer, yeah, yes. Okay, the one I classified, number 5, consists of 2 groups or clusters, one on the right upper arm front and one on the forearm. Question, in the photograph, which is photograph 85 then, are you talking about the wound to the right forearm and near the right shoulder here? Answer, yes. Question, the arm is bent. Now, did you bend this arm for purposes of demonstration in the photograph? Answer, yes. Question, so was it your opinion then that these 2 wounds on these 2 separate parts of her body are most likely affiliated with one shotgun blast? Answer, most likely. If the arm is bent in the appropriate way, it appears or is entirely consistent with being caused by one shotgun wound. Question now, did you recover or did you notice any pellets as to this particular injury, wound number 5? Answer, I did recover multiple lead pellets and submitted them as evidence. No wadding. Question, were the pellets consistent with the birdshot or were they larger than birdshot? Answer, I described them as pellets, not birdshot. So, question, so they were of the larger variety. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, what was your opinion as to whether or not this wound would have been fatal, wound number 5? Answer, non-fatal. Fracture of the bones of the right arm. It would be considered an incapacitating wound, but not immediately fatal wound. Question now, going on to wound number 6, would you describe for us what wound number 6 is, please? Answer, the shotgun wound of the left side of the chest. Question, did you notice individual pellets, pellet entry wound? Answer, yes. Question as to this? Answer, yeah. This is, again, a so-called distance shot with multiple individual pellet wounds. I counted 16 over the left side of the chest in the left breast region. Again, classified as a distant shot. Question, Ms. Bozanich, I have here a photograph, Your Honor, photograph 80, which has been marked. I'd like to show to the witness. Question, does this photograph show the left side of Mrs. Menendez's body before you began your autopsy? Answer, yes. Question, and the wound that you've described and which we're calling wound number 6, is that depicted here in this photograph? Answer, yes. Question, to the left breast, there appears to be a number of pellet wounds. In addition to the left forearm, there appears to be a number of pellet wounds. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, in your opinion, would the wounds to the left forearm be consistent with the wounds to the left breast? Consistent in terms of one shot? Answer, it's possible, yes. Question, I'm going to place the sticker in, again, next to this wound, sticker number 6, on the photograph in the crook of the left arm and also on the diagram exhibit 90. Place this next to the left breast as wound 6. Now, I believe you've indicated then that this was a distance wound. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and one of the reasons is because you can see individual pellet holes, meaning that the shotgun load had already started to spread when it hit the decedent. Answer, yes. Question, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this particular wound would have been fatal? Answer, well, in this wound there was entrance into the rib cage and into the chest, and I did find blood in the chest, and there were individual pellet wounds of the left lung causing bleeding into the chest. So this would be considered a fatal wound because of perforation of the left lung and bleeding into the left side of the chest. Question, I take it then with this wound number 6, you didn't see any soot or stippling associated with the closer wound. Is that correct? Answer, no soot or stippling. It's a distance range wound. Question now, leaving Jose Menendez and returning to Mrs. Menendez. Before lunch, you testified about a wound to the left side of her head near the ear, and I believe we called that wound number 4 as well. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Ms. Bozanich, Your Honor, I have here a photograph. It's been marked as Exhibit 91. Question, showing you this photograph, does this depict what we have called in your testimony wound number 4 to Mary Louise Menendez? Answer, yes. Question, and I believe your testimony before lunch was that there are 2 separate defects, that there's one to the shoulder and one near her ear, and it's your testimony that these are probably affiliated because of the presence of birdshot in both the shoulder wound and also in the area near the ear. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, I'm going to place this on the board and place a red dot with a number 4 next to this wound as well. Excuse me, not a red dot, a green dot. In addition, I don't think we've marked the diagram 90 with a green dot. Question, wound number 2 is the wound to the upper part on the right side of her face, and wound number 3 is to the lower portion of the right side of her face. Referring now to wound number 2, approximately how many individual pellet defects did you see? Answer, approximately 10. Question, and as to wound number 3, which is lower, near her collarbone, how many individual pellet defects did you see? Answer, approximately 10. Question, and as to wound number 6, which I believe is on the left breast area, approximately how many pellet defects did you see? Answer, 16. Question, I think then we're proceeding on to wound number 7. Could you describe for the jury briefly wound number 7? Answer, briefly, that's a distant type of shotgun wound with multiple pellet defects on the left side of the left hip or thigh region. That would be the outside of the left hip or thigh region with approximately 11 individual shotgun pellet wounds. Question now, when you say, would you just stand up and show us on yourself what part of the body this was on? Answer, I guess you'd call it the left hip region. Question about where the bottom of your pocket is on your pants. Is that where you're pointing to? Answer, yes. Question, looking at diagram 9, where you've just indicated, I'm going to mark a dot for number 7. I'm going to place it here and make sure it's correct. About here over on the side, is that right? Answer, yes. Question, was the entry then on the side sort of towards the front? Was that the entry wound on this particular wound, number 7? Answer, well, it's on what I would call the lateral. That's on the outside or the side of the left thigh. Question now, in addition to wound number 7, then there's wound number 8. Could you tell us about wound number 8? Answer, number 8 is on the back of the left leg, entering anatomically what I would call the popliteal fossa, which is the space behind the left knee. Question, so that word, that term you just used, you're talking about in the crook of the knee right here. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and so wound number 8 is from behind on the left leg in the crook of the knee. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, so where I put this green dot right here, diagram 90, is that correct? Answer, yes. That would be what I would call the popliteal fossa behind the left knee. That's correct. Question, now let's go back to wound number 7. Wound number 7 was individual pellet defects. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and how many individual pellet defects approximately did you count? Answer, 11. Question, so that would again indicate a shot from a distance, correct? Answer, yes. Question now, number 8, which was also on the left leg from behind, what kind of wound was that? Was that an individual pellet? Answer, yes. Question, and approximately how many individual pellet defects did you see to the back of the knee? Answer, 9. Question, then I believe there's one more injury to the left leg. Is that correct? Which is called wound number 9? Answer, yes. Question, and I believe in your report you called it something like a gutter or a graze wound. Could you briefly tell us what a gutter or a graze wound is? Answer, basically it's a superficial wound that sort of digs out the surface of the skin and the tissue beneath the skin. Question, what is a graze? Answer, it would be like a deep graze wound. It goes beneath the skin. Question, would that be that the load of the shot was passing by? Answer, yes. Question, and nicked or? Answer, yes. Question, or impacted the skin? Answer, yes. It's one defect, which means that the shot was clustered and caused one defect as it grazed the outside of the left lower leg. Question now, could you tell what direction the shot was traveling when it made wound number 9? Answer, yes, it appeared to be traveling. Again, I'm going to have to use my terminology. I said front to back, but that would be basically the front of the leg to the back of the leg, which we say anterior to posterior. Question, so if I were facing the shot, it would be from the front of me towards the back of me. Is that correct? Answer, yes. In that direction, that's correct. Question, and could you tell which way it was going, straight or up or down? Could you tell that? Answer, well, on the leg it was going, again, I'd have to, in my terminology, would be distal to proximal, which means if the body were standing straight, it would be going upwards, towards the head. Question, so if I were standing up, it would be from the front and going up. Is that correct? Answer, up. If you're standing up, that's right. Question, in the photograph, which we've discussed previously, Exhibit 80, which already has a dot on it, there appears to be some wounds to the left leg, and I'm going to ask you about it, and I'm going to have you do it so the jury can see. You've just described wound 9, and I'm going to place a green dot on the diagram 90 for wound 9, which I believe is on the calf of the left leg and the calf area. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and in this photograph 80, which we've already spoken about, we've got the arm and wound number 6, and then you could see in this particular photograph on the calf, there appears to be this wound here, which you've described. Is that wound number 9, doctor? Answer, yes. Question now, in addition to wound 9, there appears to be 2 other things in this photograph on the left leg that you can see from the photograph. One is, it looks like wounds to the top of the left thigh above the knee. Do you see that right there? Answer, yes. Question, is that affiliated with the wound to the back of the leg, left leg, number 8? Answer, no. Question, what is this wound here? Answer, appears to be number 7, what we call number 7 on the outside of the question. So this is number 7. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, I'm going to put a 7 next to that wound. That is the one you described as being by the hip, and you showed us by standing up. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, in addition, where it appears that the knee is, you can see a little outcropping here, which is difficult to see in this photograph. That is affiliated with the wound then to the back of the knee. Answer, I'm not sure. Question, all right, well, answer, the one I call number 8 enters behind the knee. Question, did number 8 come out anywhere? Answer, yes. There were 2 defect exits associated with number 8. They were on the front of the left leg just above, and I described them just above, one just below the knee and one just above the knee. 2 small wounds which probed and appeared to be exit wounds from shotgun wound number 8. Question, so then your testimony is that 7, 8, and 9 then are all wounds to the left leg. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, the last one that we're going to talk about then is wound number 10. Would you please refer to that in your report? Answer, yes. Question, I have here a photograph, Exhibit 81. Dr. Gold, in this photograph 81, does that depict what you're about to talk about, wound number 10? Answer, yes. Question, would you describe for us what is depicted in this photograph and what this wound number 10 is? Question, continuing the question, Dr. Golden, the last one that we're going to talk about, I think, is to Mrs. Menendez, is this photograph, which I forgot what number it is. It's 81. This is wound number 10, correct? Answer, yes. Ms. Bozanich, Your Honor, I'm going to place a green 10 tag next to it. Question, what hand was this? Answer, that's the right hand. Question, and were you able to determine where the entry was in the exit wound on this particular hand? Answer, well, yes, the individual pellet defects are seen at the base of the right thumb and also on just below the right index finger. In other words, I guess you'd say, I don't know if that would be the outside or the inside of the hand. I would call it the radial aspect of the hand. Question, what does radial mean? Answer, well, in her case, it would be where the thumb. Question, so in this photograph, which appears to show sort of the top and side of her right hand and thumb, the entry wounds would have been in this area that's depicted in the photograph. Answer, yes. Question, and where were the exit wounds? Answer, there was one large exit laceration that was on the palm, there was exit lacerations on the opposite side of the hand where the fifth finger is. You can't see in that. Question, so was the exit laceration on the inside of the hand? Answer, yes. Question, where the palm is that correct? Answer, yes, Question, now, is this a defensive wound or can you say that? Answer, no, unless it can be shown how the hand would be placed in the proper position. Question, let me ask you this. How many individual pellet defects did you see in terms of entry wounds to the hand? Answer, to the hand? Question, yes. Answer, I numbered 6 individual pellet wounds and thumb was fractured. So it was, in our terminology, the skin was torn, it was avulsed, but I counted 6 individual defects. So that again would make it a distant type of shot through to the hand. Question, were there any pellets recovered from the hand? Answer, no. Question, would this be what you call a through and through wound? Answer, yes. Ms. Bozanich, now, Your Honor, for the record, I'm going to place a 10 here on Exhibit 90 on the back view of the person on the right hand for the record. Question, now, the wound number 10 to the right hand, that wouldn't have been fatal, would it? Answer, no. Question, and how about the wound that we've discussed since lunch? Wounds number 7, 8, and 9, the wounds to the left leg, would those have been fatal? Answer, each individually. Answer, question, yes. Answer, no. Question, together, just the 3 together, would those have been fatal? Answer, maybe, not immediately fatal. It would have to be treated. There would be a lot of bleeding. Question, would they be incapacitating to the victim? Answer, yes. I believe I described several fractures of the leg, including the femur or thigh bone on one of those wounds. Also, fracture of the thumb on the right hand. Question, now, as to Mary Louise Menendez, did you determine what the cause of death was? Answer, yes. Question, what was the cause of death? Answer, multiple shotgun wounds. Question, now, 9194. Question, now, as to Mr. Menendez, did you determine that all of the wounds were before death? Answer, yes, I believe I've stated that. Question, and as to Mrs. Menendez, did you make that same determination? Answer, yes, nothing appears characteristically a post-mortem wound, meaning a wound inflicted after death. They all appeared to be associated with bruising or vital reaction, yes. Speak. Page 9231, cross-examination by Mr. Burt. Question, doctor, if we could just for a minute turn to the Mary Louise autopsy, and I think you said that your examination revealed 10 separate locations of injury. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and are we clear at this point that the 10 separate locations of injury in no way means that that's the number of shots that were fired? Answer, that's correct. In fact, I think that some on the face may be either one shot or possibly one on the face, particularly the right side may have passed through the hand. So that's correct. I can't give an unequivocal number based on that. I give the maximum number that I identified if everyone is an individual shot. Question, and is one of the reasons why some of those wounds could be coming from the same shot because of the nature of the shotgun, that is, it's a scatter gun? Answer, yes. Very, especially in the distant shots where there's a scattering of pellets, that's correct. More than one part of the body may be struck. Very often that happens. Question, and so the number of wounds in this case with respect to Mary Menendez does not tell the jury how many shots were fired necessarily, does it? Answer, not necessarily, no. Question, and the same thing with respect to Jose Menendez, correct? Answer, that's correct. In fact, I think the one on Jose Menendez, the one on the chest, I had individual wound most likely is related to the group on the right arm, because it would be unlikely just to have a once isolated, let's say, flyer on the right side of the chest, and with the arm most likely being against the side, it's most likely all one shotgun wound. Question, and it's also true, is it not, that some of the wounds could have inflicted injuries on both Jose and Mary Louise? That is, they could have passed through one person and into the other? Answer, that is possible under the appropriate positions and circumstances of the two victims, yes. Question, and how does that happen? If you could explain that just a little bit. Answer, well, in the same way that a shotgun wound can pass through two parts of the same body, a cluster of shotgun pellets can pass through parts of different bodies if they're close together. In other words, a volley of shot can go through, let's say, a thin portion of a person's body, let's say a limb or a hand, and then continue on and strike another person. Question, and it's also true, is it not, that with shotguns, and especially with distant shots, that as the shotgun pellets scatter out, that some of the pellets may hit one target and some from the same shot may hit another? Answer, that is true under the appropriate circumstances. That's correct. Question, and in this case, in fact, your examination revealed that most of the wounds, with the exception of two, which I'll get to in a moment, were buckshot wounds, correct? Answer, two definitely were the bird shot, the tiny ones. The others, I didn't characterize what size they were, not being a firearms examiner. I just called them shotgun pellets. I'm not qualified to tell you what size shot they are. That's not my field. Question, but basically your examination, answer, there's a difference. Question, revealed two types of ammunition, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, bird shot and something larger, which through other evidence may be established to be buckshot, right? Answer, yes. Yes. Question, and you also have wounds with respect to Mary Louise Menendez where you have the number of pellet defects does not match up with the number of pellets you recovered, correct? Answer, yes. And many of these, there were so many, I took to correction. Fewer pellets were recovered than actual individual wounds on the skin. That's correct. So some were left, either some were left in the body or some may have passed through. Question, pass through to the other person? Answer, possibly to the other person, yes. Question, and again, we don't know the sequence as to who was shot first. It could have passed from Jose Menendez into Mary, or it could have passed from Mary into Jose Menendez, correct? Answer, that's right. The sequence of shots fired is not known to me. Question, doctor, throughout your testimony, you refer to incapacitation, and you refer to incapacitation, for instance, with reference to the thumb wound to Mary Louise Menendez. What does that term mean in reference to a thumb wound, incapacitation? Answer, inability to move, to operate or move the thumb, use the thumb. Question, and when you were using that term earlier, was it in reference to the wound you were describing? That is, if it's a broken arm, then the person is incapacitated in the sense that they cannot use the arm? Answer, yes. Question, doesn't mean that they're down and out or unconscious or anything like that, does it? Answer, no. I make no implication about, as you said, down and out or unconscious, no. Question, except with reference to the head wound. Answer, yes. Question, that certainly is a wound that would have rendered anyone unconscious, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and I think with reference to Mary Menendez, you described the wounds, all those wounds, as ante-mortem also, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and does that suggest to you that the wounds in reference to her must have been inflicted in very rapid succession? Answer, yes. Question, could you explain to the jury why you reached that conclusion? Answer, well, the exact time is not known to me, but the longer the duration, in shotgun wounds, especially if they're severe or rapidly fatal wounds, if you wait long enough, then some of the wounds will become post-mortem. So in a sequence such as this with multiple shotgun wounds, the assumption is that it is a fairly rapid sequence until the actual fatal wound is inflicted. This is redirect examination by Ms. Bozanich. Question, and lastly, you were asked about incapacitation, and for instance, we talked about the wound number 10 to Mrs. Menendez's hand. Would that be less incapacitating than, say, a wound that goes through the leg? In other words, let me back up. My question is, are some wounds more incapacitating than others? Answer, yes. Question, and is incapacitation a term which describes a range of events or a range of possibilities? Answer, yes. That's all of Dr. Golden. So now, this is Kathleen Bulow-Cohen. Direct examination by Ms. Abramson. Question now, do you know who Craig Signorelli is? Answer, yes, I do. Question, and before Erik was arrested, did you see Craig Signorelli at a football game? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and do you recall approximately what month and what year it was that you saw Craig at a football game? Answer, yes, I do. Question, when was it? Answer, October of 1989. Question, and what kind of football game was this? Answer, my daughter was cheering and Craig Signorelli's brother was quarterbacking. Question, what teams? Answer, Calabasas High School and I believe Moore Park. Question, and did it take place at Calabasas High School or at Moore Park? Answer, no, Moore Park. Question, did you see Craig Signorelli during the game? Answer, yes, I did. We sat together. Question, he sat next to you? Answer, yes. Question, and did you notice anything about him? Answer, he seemed nervous. Question, and did you strike up a conversation with him that had anything whatsoever to do with the Menendez family or the death of the Menendez parents? Answer, it was a topic of conversation. Question, between both of you? Answer, yes. Question, were there other people there who were also conversing about it? Answer, no. Craig and I were sitting together. Question, so the two of you were discussing the fact that the Menendez parents had been killed? Answer, yes. Question, and did Craig tell you something that he was doing, some project of his at that time? Answer, yes, he did. Question, and what did he tell you he was doing? Answer, he told me that he was involved in writing a screenplay and that. Question, screenplay about, did he tell you what about? Answer, the murder. Question, excuse me? Answer, the murder. Question, of the Menendez parents? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and what else did he say about the screenplay he was writing about their murder? Answer, that he thought that he could sell it for a lot of money. Question, and did you say anything to him in relation to that? Answer, I think I was dumbstruck. This is cross-examination by Mr. Kuriyama. Question, getting to the statement that you told the jury about Craig Signorelli at this football game in October of 1989, did you know at that time that Craig Signorelli had spoken to Erik Menendez about the killings of his parents? Answer, no, I don't. Question, you didn't know that? Answer, no. Question, you didn't know that he had information from Erik Menendez? Answer, no. Question now, in talking about the screenplay, did he give you details about the fact that he wasn't going to put in the real names of the people involved? Answer, no. Question, did Craig Signorelli indicate to you that he had been collaborating with Erik Menendez on screenplays? Answer, no. Question, what was the answer? Answer, no. Question, he didn't tell you that? Answer, no. Question, did Craig Signorelli tell you that the screenplay would be based on the actual Menendez murders? Answer, we were talking about the murders, so I believe it would follow. That's all. We just have to get finishing up finding Craig Signorelli.
This is testimony of Craig Signorelli, direct examination by Mr. Kuriyama. Mr. Kuriyama, the witness has pointed to an area which is just above where the stairs are designated in front of the family room as well as the dining room. Question, is that the area? Answer, correct. Question, now, were you both standing there? Answer, yes. Question, was there anyone else there? Answer, no. Well, the security guards may have been there outside, yes. Question, were they? Answer, but not in the present area. Question, what did he tell you at that point? Answer, he said, do you want to know how it happened? And I said, yes. And I wasn't really sure where we were going with it. And do I have to talk into the mic? Question, it would be better if you did. Answer, does it come out? The witness, he said he was coming from a movie and that he was going inside to get his ID, a fake ID, to go out to the bars. And he said he went inside and he came out.
I'm sorry, could you slow down?
Sure. Do you want me to back up? The witness, he said that he said he was coming home from a movie and that he was going inside to get his ID, a fake ID, to go out to the bars. And he said he went inside and he came out. He said that he went back outside and his brother was standing there with 2 shotguns and said, let's do it. And they walked inside and Lyle was standing, or Erik went up to the door on the left, which was slightly open, and the door on the right. Lyle went up and put his shoulder against the door on the right. And Erik said he looked in, saw his parents sitting on the couch. And Lyle swung open the door and shot his father and looked at Erik and said, shoot mom. And Erik said he shot his mom as she was standing up yelling. Question, what was he doing at this point? Was he emotional at this point, or was it a matter of fact? Could you describe for the jurors how he related this story? Answer, just probably a little less nervous than I just did. Casual and kind of a low tone of voice, just in like conversation tone. Question, did he at that point tell you that they were shotguns, or did he just say guns? Answer, just guns. Question, did he indicate to you where Lyle was with these guns? Answer, outside. Question, so it's your understanding that they came from the outside and came back inside and then entered the family room? Answer, correct. Question, what else did he tell you about this? What happened that night? Answer, that was it. We just went on with the conversation after that. Question, what other topics did you discuss that night? Answer, I don't really remember. I think we played a game of chess after that sometime. We had dinner. Someone brought over dinner, and I don't remember really. Question, did Erik Menendez ever tell you that he acted in self-defense? Answer, no. Question, did he ever tell you that he was being abused by his parents? Answer, no. This is cross-examination by Ms. Abramson. Question, the evening of the same day, excuse me. Question, and I believe you described on direct examination that when Erik was telling you the conversation in the evening. Answer, Question, he was in a conversational tone of voice, a low voice. Answer, that's correct. Question, and was that also true when he was describing what the family room looked like with the bodies in it? Answer, yeah, pretty much. Question, just ordinary chatter? Answer, when he did the second one, it was a little lower tone. Question, did you know if Lyle was even in Los Angeles? Answer, no, I don't know. Question, now, if I understand what you're saying, Erik tells you that he comes home from being out someplace, is that right? Answer, Question, and he's out someplace with his brother? Answer, that's correct. Question, and he comes home because he wants to get some ID, overage ID, so he can go to bars? Answer, that's correct. Question, and he goes inside the house to get the ID? Answer, Question, he then goes outside? Answer, Question, where he's greeted by his brother who's holding 2 guns? Answer, that's right. Question, and his brother says to him, let's do it? Answer, that's right. Question, and he then proceeds to, I take one of these guns and goes into the family room and kills his parents? Answer, yes, that's correct. Question, you first told the story to Detective Zoller during that November 17th meeting at Baker Square, correct? Answer, if it was November 17th, yes. Question, why don't we, unless they object, we'll assume it is. And when you told him then what Erik had said to you, you told Detective Zoller that Erik said that he actually did not shoot his mother when he walked into the room. That although his brother said, shoot mom, he couldn't do it. Answer, that's right. He did not say he didn't shoot. Question, let's take one line at a time. Answer, okay. He said he didn't shoot, though. Question, you told the officers on November 17th that what Erik told you was Lyle was to shoot my dad and I was supposed to shoot my mother. Answer, that's correct. Question, are you with me so far? Answer, yes. Question, quotes, we went into the room and Lyle pointed his gun at my dad and shot him. He then went over and shot him in the head. Close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Question, quotes, I was unable to shoot my mom and she tried to get away. Close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Question, quotes, Lyle shot her too. Close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Question, quotes, after it looked like my mother was dead, I shot her twice with my gun. Close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Question, now, is that still what you're telling us was Erik's statement or has that changed? Answer, I would still say that is the statement, but I'm saying today only the parts which I remember for sure. I don't want to base what I'm saying on those reports. I'm saying what I recall today. That's why I left out certain pieces of that, like shooting him in the head. I don't remember today if he said that, and I don't remember today if Erik shot first his mother or Lyle shot his mother first. Question, well, but when you testified today, you said that Erik shot his mother while she was standing up and screaming, and that's not in this at all, is it? Isn't that what you testified to today? Answer, that's correct. Question, do you remember that today, that Erik shot his mother while she was standing up and screaming? Answer, yes. Question, but are you saying you didn't remember that on November 17, 1989? Answer, I'm telling you exactly what I remember today. Question, if it's not in that report, you... Answer, I didn't tell them. Question, okay. Now you also did tell them, though, on November 17th, that after Erik had told you this story about Lyle and the guns and the let's do it, that Erik said it could happen, that Erik said, quotes, it could happen, close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Actually, what I said is, quotes, it could have happened, close quotes. Question, Erik said it could have happened. Answer, it could have, yes. That's what I told the police. And now... Question, didn't you guys play mind games with each other all the time? Answer, yes. Question, it was an aspect of your friendship. Answer, that's why I said it could have happened to the police, because I wasn't sure if at the time he was telling the truth and I didn't want to be the one to turn him in. Question, you didn't know if he was playing a mind game or not? Answer, that's correct. Question, and in fact, you did not go to the police with this story. They came back to you on November 17th? Answer, that's correct. Question. Now it's your testimony, is it not, that you told the police that Erik said it could have happened, but Erik didn't really say that to you? Answer, that's correct. Question, okay, and you told that to the police, that Erik had conditioned this story to you on November 17th? Answer, okay, since they didn't object, yes. Question, at the Baker Square? Answer yes. Question, and it wasn't until March 7th of 1990 that you explained to the authorities that Erik hadn't said, quotes, it could have happened, close quotes. Answer, that's correct. Question, so that's your reference on cross-examination to this problem with the police? Answer, that's correct. Question, when you told the police on November 17, 1989 that it could happen, quotes, it could have happened, what is it that you meant by that? That is, after you explained to the police that Erik Menendez had told you that he and his brother had killed his parents, you added a phrase, quote, it could have happened, close quote. Answer, well, like I said, I really wasn't sure what to think at that point, and I didn't want to be the one to actually turn in my best friend. So I kind of put that little stipulation on, hoping that, maybe that wouldn't be the turning point in the whole thing. And I mean, he never actually said it. I said it, and obviously I shouldn't have, but I just had real big hesitations about being the person to do it, to turn him in. That's the end of the testimony, right?
I believe that completes all of the material that you had requested to be reread. So I reviewed that request as well as conferred on that subject, and also council have supplied the court with a list of their suggested rereading of the transcript. The two requests were first of all, a rereading of the stipulation about the BBC, which was read at the end of the trial. That appears at page 23696, lines 6 through 13, which will be read to the jury. The jury also requested that the reporter read back Detective Zoller's testimony of August the 12th, 1993, relating to when and how he connected the license of Donovan Goudreau to the gun purchase. Counsel have reviewed the transcripts and determined that that testimony occurred on August the 13th, 1993, rather than August the 12th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I reviewed the submissions by each side as to what was being requested. The defense requested that the reading commence at page 11002, line 16, and at page 11005, line 9. The prosecution has requested that the reading begin at page 11002, line 12, and end at page 11007, line 15. Having reviewed the transcript, it seems to me that the material requested by the jury to be reread is contained within that portion of the transcript that appears starting at page 11002, line 16, ending at page 11006, line 9. And unless counsel have anything further to add, that is what will be read back. Either side, which should be heard.
We have one matter that I'd like to put on the record. As to page 11,002, at line 17, I've spoken to Ms. Abramson, and we've agreed that there should be a correction on line 17. It's March of 1990 rather than March of 1989.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe the reporter had already marked that in her transcript. So I had her copies. All right. Are you ready then to have the testimony read back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll have all the jurors in and we'll have that done. We're trying to work something out mechanically for that. We'll give it a little time. All right, we have all of the jurors back, and the 12 deliberating jurors and the alternate jurors. One alternate juror is ill today, and is it agreeable and stipulated by the parties that upon her return, this portion of the testimony that's going to be reread now will be reread to her? Okay, and that's how we'll proceed so that we can continue at this point without excusing that alternate juror. The court and the counsel and the court reporter have reviewed the materials and have found those things that have been requested in your request of today for testimony to be reread, and that will be done. As far as the laryngitis situation is concerned, we're trying to work on that, see if we can come up with some device that can be of assistance, and hopefully we'll have some answer within a short period of time. But at this point, let's have the testimony read back, and then we'll have you go back and resume your deliberations. Okay.
This is the stipulation that was requested. And lastly, will you stipulate that the television movie, The Billionaire Boys Club, aired on national television on July 30th and 31st, 1989, and was shown in Los Angeles, California, and Tampa, Florida. It was aired from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. on those two nights. Do counsel so stipulate? Ms. Abramson so stipulated. Ms. Lansing so stipulated. This is Detective Zoller's testimony.
This apparently was on August the 13th, not August the 12th.
Question. Sometime during the first full week of March of 1990, did you meet a woman named Judalon Smith? Answer, yes, I did. Question. And subsequent to that, did you write and execute a search warrant at the home of Dr. Oziel? Answer, yes. Question. Now, after you spoke to Ms. Smith and you talked and you went to Dr. Oziel's home, did you make an effort to locate a store where shotguns had been purchased? Answer, yes, I did. Question. Prior to meeting Ms. Smith and the execution of the search warrant, had you made any efforts to locate shotguns? Answer, yes, I did. Question. A purchase of guns? Answer, yes, I did. Question, pardon me. And briefly, without going into a blow-by-blow account, could you tell us what efforts you made before that time to find the shotguns? Answer, first of all, I contacted the Department of Justice, which is the governing agency for federal firearms licenses in the state of California, and I asked them for gun stores in an approximate 10-mile radius around the city of Beverly Hills and Calabasas. I got a printout of those stores, and I proceeded to go to those stores, interview, and go through their gun records. Question, and I take it that that search was fruitless. Is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, after speaking with Ms. Smith and after the execution of the warrant, did your search lead you to the San Diego area? Answer, yes, it did. Question, and when you went down there, did you have a list of stores, again provided by the Department of Justice? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and did you concentrate your efforts in locating the store where the guns had been purchased? Answer, that's correct. Question, how many days did it take you before you found the information? Answer, 2 full days with 4 investigators working on it. Question, could you tell us how it was that you came to the Big 5 store about which Ms. Amanda Adams-Geyer testified? Answer, just one of the stores on my list, and I just went into the store. Question, and what did you do? What did you ask them? Answer, I asked them to explain my investigation and asked to review their gun records. Question, now when you talk about the gun records, were those the gun records about which Ms. Geyer testified? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and in going through the gun records, did something catch your attention? Answer, yes. Question, what caught your attention? Answer, the receipt with Donovan Goudreau's name on it, purchasing 2 shotguns. Question, and at that time you had already been apprised that Mr. Goudreau was a friend of Lyle Menendez. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, so you recognized the name? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and you seized those records? Answer, yes. Ms. Bozanich, Your Honor, I have Exhibit 52 I'd like to approach, please. The court, yes. Question by Ms. Bozanich. Exhibit 52 contains, I believe, 3 pieces of paper, but they're marked as 4 because one of them has a backside. Are these, in fact, Exhibit 52A through D, the records that you seized after your second weekend in or your second day in San Diego? Answer, yes. Question, now, approximately how many gun stores in Los Angeles, in the Los Angeles area, did you visit before your search led you down to San Diego? Answer, I don't know an exact number. I would just be guessing. Question, well, was it more than 10? Answer, it was close to 100 stores. Question, and when you went to these stores, were you limiting yourself to a certain area? In other words, were you trying, geographically, were you limiting yourself? Answer, yes. Question, were these stores that sold shotguns? Answer, yes, they were. Question, did you not go to stores? Did you eliminate stores that didn't sell shotguns? Answer, to the best of our ability before we traveled there, yes.
And that is the readback of testimony. And for the record, that testimony of Detective Zoller was on August 13th, 1993. All right, then we'll ask that you resume your deliberations, and the bailiff will communicate with you in regards to the device that we're hoping to acquire to assist you. Okay. Let me just ask counsel, when there is this readback for the alternate juror, assuming she arrives tomorrow or whenever she does, do you want to be here and have your client here for that? All right, you give up your right to be present for the readback of that testimony that was just read back for these jurors when the alternate juror is available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People likewise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Your Honor, with regard to the assistance of the juror that has the laryngitis problem.
Yeah, just for the record, one juror has a problem with laryngitis, difficulty speaking loudly, or audibly, so that we're trying to obtain a device to supplement her vocal output.
I called the DA Sound Lab and I spoke to Joanne, who works there. Fred, who usually runs the Sound Lab.
I don't want to hear all these people's names.
I just wanted to let you know that your clerk did ask me to check into that, and I did, and I was not able to get
fine.
that.
You didn't find
device.
anything. Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
Maybe we should just call him.
Okay, we're doing something on it. We're in court with his attorneys. The people are represented, and the jury is in the jury box, and the court has received a request for testimony to be read back. There was a request of yesterday, which requested that testimony be reread of portion of Lyle's testimony. I'm quoting it now. Lyle's testimony, direct or cross, etc., that pertains to night of Thursday. Okay, I'm sorry, that is today's. Thank you. Let me go back here to the request of yesterday so we can get it in sequence. We're going to read them separately here. First from yesterday. And this was a request for the, quote again, reread of parts of the testimony of Lyle and Erik, direct and cross-examination, et cetera, that relates to their account of the night of the killings from the point where they left the foyer area to get the guns till they began firing at their parents. Of special interest is how and where they entered the room and began firing. So that was a request of yesterday, and what we've done is gone through and found the material that you requested yesterday and today, but we'll start first with that, which was the material that I just read. And when that's completed, the court reporter will identify the next request, which was the one I had just earlier begun to read, which reads, request for reread a portion of Lyle's testimony, direct or cross, et cetera, that pertains to night of Thursday, August 17, the part where Lyle in the guest house hears Erik and Kitty arguing / screaming, concerned with where Erik and Kitty were when Lyle heard them and what he heard. So that'll be the second item that will be read back after the reporter finishes the first request. All right, you may proceed.
This is the direct testimony of Lyle Menendez by Ms. Lansing. Question, what did you think they were doing in the den? What did you think was going to happen? Answer, I thought they were going ahead with their plan to kill us. Question, then? Answer, yes. Question, so what did you do? Answer, I ran upstairs to tell my brother that it was happening now and that they were this was it, and they were going to kill us. And I met him at the top of the stairs. He hadn't gone in his room, and I remember sort of being surprised by the fact that he was at the top of the stairs. And I said something to him along those lines that it's happening, they're going to kill us. Sure. Would you like me to repeat that? Continuing with the answer, and he said something about that he wasn't going to wait for Dad in his room, and that we had to do something. I don't remember exactly who said what, but at some point I said, I'm going to get my gun, and he said he would get his gun. And question, how did you feel then? Answer, just hard to describe how I felt, but I had to run as fast as I could, and my life was sort of slipping away, and that we were going to die. Question, did you go get your gun? Answer, I did. Question, and was it in the guest house, the gun? Answer, it was in my guest house, and I got it. Question, where did you go? Answer, huh? Question, where did you go? Answer, I ran to where we had the ammunition. Question, which was where? Answer, in my brother's car in the front. Question, did you see your brother there? Answer, yes. Question, did you load your gun? Answer, I did. Question, did he load his? Answer, question, or did you see? Answer, I just grabbed a bunch of ammunition out of the box, and I was giving him ammunition, and we were just loading as fast as possible. And question, do you remember how many shells you loaded? Do you know? Answer, I don't remember. I remember pulling out all kinds of shells and just loading my gun and having shells on me. Question, what did you do then? Answer, my brother, I guess, had got outside through the study doors because he ran toward the study window door, and you had to kind of go over this. I think we went over the little concrete thing. It was over to the side of the door on the left, and we went through that door, and we just went into the room hoping to get there when they were not expecting us. Question, and what did you do? Answer, my brother got there first, and we just burst in the doors, and I started firing. Question, was the room lit? Answer, no. Question, could you see? Answer, it was dark. The lights were out. I remember seeing, I don't remember too well, but I remember seeing a shadow right off to the right and my brother over to the left. He ran off into that direction, and I started firing immediately in the direction of whoever was standing right there. Question, was the TV on? Do you remember? Was there any light in the room? Answer, the TV, I remember. Yeah, I found out later that the TV was on. I don't actually remember the TV being on, but there was probably light in the room from the TV. Question, when you started firing, do you remember if your parents were standing or seated, or do you have a clear memory of that? Answer, I remember. What I realized was my dad at some point sort of coming forward in my direction, so he was standing, and I remember firing directly at him. I believe he fell back. This is volume 91. Continuing on with Lyle's testimony, this is cross-examination by Ms. Bozanich. Question, but you did have the opportunity to go out and get your gun. Answer, well, once I believed that they were going to kill us, when my dad closed the door, then I ran upstairs and then decided to get my gun. Question, so the closing of the doors was the last straw, correct? Answer, the closing of the doors, to me, it was the last thing that I remember that caused me to just totally freeze, panic, and realize that it was happening. But it was a series of things. It really wasn't just one comment or, one incident. It was a series of things after 3 days of just being shaken and wondering when it's going to happen, and ominous comments. And that at that point, I just was sure that that was it. And we had been wondering when it was going to happen, and I was sure that was it. And I ran upstairs, and my brother felt the same way, and I ran to get my gun. Question, this is what really happened, Mr. Menendez? Answer, that's what really happened. Question, all right, so then you went back to the guest house to get your weapon, is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and at the time there was a phone in your house, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and you knew how to dial 911, right? Answer, yes. Question, but you didn't? Answer, no. Question, even though you were now sure that you were going to die? Answer, right. All I was thinking was to just run as fast as I could and give me the best chance. Question, why didn't you just run out the back gate? Answer, for one thing, my brother was in the house and I wasn't going to leave him, and I just didn't think of that. I thought my best chance was, question, to kill your parents? Answer, to get my gun and go to where they were. Ms. Bozanich, may I approach, please, Your Honor? I have an exhibit here. It's Exhibit 6. The court, all right. Question. Now, Mr. Menendez, this exhibit appears to show the entry of your house. This is the first floor of the home that you lived in at the time that you killed your parents, correct? Answer, right. Question, and I believe you testified on your direct examination that you went into the guest house and then you went somewhere else in the house. Could you tell me where it was you went after you went to the house, the guest house, which is in the back of this diagram, okay? Answer, right. Question, you came up from the guest house and where did you go? Answer, around the side of the house to the outside. Question, when you say the side of the house, are you talking about towards the living room here? Answer, no, my guest house is over here. Question, right. Answer, right about here. And there's a little pool here and a very small grassy area, and I ran around the side. There's a little grassy section that goes around the side of the house. Question, past the living room? Answer, right. Question, okay, and towards the front of the house? Answer, it goes right into the alley port, yes. Question, and then you went towards the front of the house where the cars were normally parked, is that correct? Answer, where my brother's car was with the ammunition, yes. Question, I think you testified already that the gun was loaded. Answer, right. Question, and you had loaded it when you got in the car on the way home from San Diego, right? Answer, right. Question, all right. So why did you go get ammunition if the gun was loaded? Answer, well, I wanted to put in the ammunition that the guy had recommended, that I had never done that. And so I ran to the car and my brother was there and we reloaded. Question, okay, now you already had a loaded gun? Answer, right. Question, okay, and there was ammunition in the gun? Answer, yeah, there was, but it was just in my mind that I had to get the kind that I had not reloaded the gun, even though we had bought the ammunition that the guy said we were supposed to use, and so I had to change it. Question, oh, so you were going to change the ammunition? Answer, yes.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Would you like me to read the question again?
Yeah.
Question, oh, so you were going to change the ammunition? Answer, yes, I did. Question, so when you decided it was time that your parents were going to kill you because they closed the doors, you had time to change ammunition, right? Answer, it wasn't that I had time. It was one of the things I did in rushing to get into the house. Question, and during that period of time, did it occur to you that rather than burst in on your parents and shoot them to death, you could go to the police, you could leave home, you could do something other than what you were about to do? Answer, it didn't occur to me. Question, but it didn't. Answer, we had already talked about all those things and we had not done those things. And when this happened and I was sure that this was it, all I was thinking about is how fast I could get into the house. Question, while still stopping to change the ammunition? Answer, yes. Question, did you practice changing the ammunition before you did it that night? Answer, only putting the other shells in and figuring out how the gun worked originally. Question, so then you popped all the shells out, right? Answer, right. Question, you put all the new shells in, right? Answer, right. Question, how many shells did you put in the shotgun, Mr. Menendez? Answer, I'm not sure, maybe all the way. Question, well, answer, I had a bunch of shells and I was trying to sort out, take only the ones which were the new ones, which were a different color. And so I was grabbing the new ones and putting them in, and I grabbed a bunch and I was putting them in sort of as I was moving. I put some in my pocket and just ran in, followed my brother. Question, all right. Now, did you run in through the front door? Answer, no. Question, did you run in through the den? Answer, right. Question, through a French door that leads out into the front of the house? Answer, right. It's like I don't know what a French door is exactly, but there's a couple like window doors, and that one was already open because my brother had gone through there to get out, I guess. Question, so you and your brother went in through this door, which I take it normally your mother kept locked, right? Answer, I'm not really sure. I mean, all the doors were locked that one night, but normally the house was not locked. Question, all the doors were locked that night, is that correct? Answer, right. Question, you told the police the doors were unlocked? Answer, no. Question, when you talked to them? Answer, when I said that night, I mean when we had the argument on Saturday and she had locked the house and I had gone around, like I said, and checked all the doors and they were locked. Question, so you and your brother went in through the den, you went down the hallway, is that correct? Answer, right. Question, and then you went to the closed doors of the family room, is that correct? Answer, right. We just pushed those doors open. Question, you burst through the doors? Answer, right. Question, is burst the right word? Did you burst through the doors? Answer, burst is the right word. Question, and in this room there was a television set here on the wall that says storage. Is that correct? Where the TV set was? Answer, right. Question, now in addition to having this set of French doors into the family room, there are French or glass doors that go out onto this patio, correct? Answer, right. Question, question. There's also a door from the kitchen into the family room? Answer, right. Question, now I take it before you and your brother burst in to kill your parents, you looked through these doors to see what they were doing? Answer, no. We weren't even sure they were going to necessarily be in that room, but I was hoping. We just burst through the doors, and that's when I saw the shadows of people to the right, and I knew they were in the room. Question, did you ever think to go into the kitchen and look through the door from the kitchen into that room? Answer, we didn't think we had time to be waiting and looking and stuff. I was just running as fast as I could, and so was my brother. And he got there first, and we just went right through the doors, and as soon as I saw something, I started firing. It was no time to just be watching and trying to see where they were exactly and so on. Question, now your brother went into the room before you, is that correct? Answer, right. Question, who fired first, your brother or you? Answer, I really don't know. I fired right away. Question, as soon as you got through the door, you started firing? Answer, right. Question, okay, and you have no idea what your parents were doing right before you started firing, is that correct? Answer, I don't have any idea. I thought they were in the process of looking for us. Question, well, if they were in the process of looking for you, why would they be locked up in the den? Answer, I didn't know where they were. All I knew was they had been waiting for my brother to get home also. My brother was now home. We were not supposed to leave, and that my brother was my dad was probably thinking he was waiting upstairs, and he had closed the doors, and they were now going to do it. And that was all that I was thinking. And I was going to burst through the doors and start firing. Question, with guns blazing? Answer, right. Question, so you came in through the French doors and you just started to fire, is that correct? Answer, when I saw something move toward me, I fired at it. Question, and when the thing moved toward you, it wasn't armed with any kind of weapon, was it? Answer, well, it was my dad, and I didn't know that. I thought that they were armed. Question, with what? Answer, guns. Question, from where? Answer, I thought they were in the process of killing us. I thought that they had guns. We assumed that they had planned this in advance. Question, now this is Exhibit 20, and this is a larger picture of the room in which your parents were killed, correct? Answer, right. Question, and you see there's a table, there's a sectional couch, a coffee table, and a place where the television is, correct? Answer, right. Question, all right, so you came in through the French doors preceded by your brother, right? Answer, my brother in front of me. Question, right, okay. And your father was off to your right, and it's your testimony that he was rising. He was standing up? Answer, I don't know if he was. No, I couldn't see his body that well. All I could see was that there was somebody there and that it was coming toward me. Question, okay, now, right before you came into this room, had you been in darkness? In other words, you'd been outdoors, right, loading the gun? Answer, right. Question, and it was dark outside? Answer, yes. Question, when you came in through the house, was the house dark? Answer, no, the foyer was lit. Question, all right. And then when you came into this room, it was dark again? Answer, right. Question, but the television set was on, wasn't it? Answer, I saw later that it was on, yes. Question, all right. And there was light coming from the television set when you went into the room? Answer, yes, there was. Question, were there lights on in the kitchen at that time? Answer, I don't remember. Question, and is your testimony now today that when you got into the room, you couldn't see very well? Is that correct? Answer, right. You couldn't see very well at all. Question, now you started shooting at your father. By the way, did anyone make any noise? Did your parents make any noise as they were being killed? Answer, they may have. I didn't hear any noise. All I could hear was booming noises from the guns. Volume 92. Testimony of Lyle Menendez, cross-examination by Ms. Bozanich. Question, you went into that room and started firing your weapon before you even knew what your parents were doing, didn't you? Answer, yes, we were in a panic. Ms. Bozanich, Your Honor, I have here a photograph. I'd like to mark it as Exhibit 250, please. The court, all right. 250. Ms. Bozanich, may I approach, please? The court, yes. Question by Ms. Bozanich. Mr. Menendez, I believe you indicated yesterday when we were discussing Exhibit 20 up here that the coffee table was not in the position that is demonstrated in other words, when you went into the room, the coffee table was not at an angle to the sofa, but was rather parallel to the sofa. Would that be correct? Answer, that's the way I remember it. Question, that's how your parents normally kept the coffee table, that is, parallel to the sofa? Answer, right. Question, you've seen the photographs of the crime scene, correct? Answer, not really. Whatever was on the board, I was trying not to see them. Question, the photographs of the coffee table appears to be similar to the diagram, People's 20, that is, that it's at an angle as if it's been moved, correct? Answer, yes, I noticed that, and I had assumed that the people that went in the room, moved them. Question, now would it be your testimony, Mr. Menendez, that after you came into the room through the doors here on the left part of Exhibit 20, you started firing at your father who was in the area right here where his body was later found, correct? Answer, right. Question, and could you tell if your first shot hit him? Answer, I couldn't tell, but I believe it did. I'm pretty sure it did, actually. Question, well, you claimed that he was rising up towards you. Did you see him thrown back into this seated position on the sofa? Answer, I didn't see him rising up toward me. I saw him moving toward me, and he was standing. He was not rising. He was standing. Question, he was actually standing during this first shot? Answer, yes, he was. Question, and then what did you do next? Answer, I just kept firing. Question, did you see your father fall down into the sofa where his body was later found? Answer, he may have. I don't remember it. Volume 95. Testimony of Erik Menendez, direct examination by Ms. Abramson. Question. Now, at that point, after your brother talked to you and said, it's happening now, you said your thought was, I had to get to the car? Answer, yes. Question. Well, what was in the car? Answer, all the shells. Question. Where was the gun? Answer, in my bedroom. Question, but you didn't think I have to get to my room? Answer, I knew I had to get to my bedroom, but I knew from the night before, for some stupid reason, I didn't load my gun, and I only had still 2 shots, and so I needed to get to my car. Question, okay, where did you go first, the car or your bedroom? Answer, my bedroom. Question, and what did you do in your bedroom? Answer, I got my gun. Question, and where did you go from there? Answer, out to the car. Question, now, Mr. Menendez, did it occur to you to simply close the door to your bedroom and sit on the foot of your bed on Sunday night with the 2 shells in your gun and wait for your father and mother to come? Answer, it flashed through my mind. Question, and why didn't you do that? Answer, it flashed through my mind to barricade myself in my room, but I knew I wouldn't be able to do that. Answer, why not? Question, because I panicked whenever something like that was happening. Question, well, how many times before had something like this happened to you? Answer, a lot. Not like this, but them coming into my room, a lot. I mean, before almost all the times with the sex, I would say to myself, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm going to stop. As soon as he comes into my room, I'm going to fight him. I'm going to jump on him. I imagined myself on a ledge climbing down on him, all kinds of things to stop the sex. And whenever he came into the room, I just crumbled and I couldn't do it. Similar like Saturday night. Question, so did you think on Sunday night that if your father was coming into your room or your mother was coming into your room, did you think you were going to fight back or you couldn't at that point? Answer, no, I knew I couldn't, not when he was right in front of me. Question, do you recall testifying here that when your father would get angry with your brother would get timid? Answer, yes. Question, do you recall hearing the testimony of various coaches that when your father would be on the attack verbally with your brother would go frozen? Answer, yes. Question, when your father would be on the attack with you over the course of your life, would you have a similar reaction? Answer, oh yes, I froze. I went dead. I usually started to lose control of my body. But when Dad was doing that to me, Lyle usually tried to come over and protect me and help me. Question, but my point is, did you fight back over the years with your father? Answer, no. Question, did you verbally resist? Answer, no. Question, apart from Thursday night, did you physically resist? Answer, no. Question, did you think you could? Answer, no. Question, why? Answer, because this was my dad. This was a big guy, and I don't know what it was. I mean, it was just my dad, and it was just something about it. I couldn't. I remember in the sex that when he would come into the room, I would want to say, no, I don't want to do this. And I would want to say, I don't want you to touch me. I would want to say these things, but I would just see him, and he was like huge, and he did what he wanted to me, and I couldn't stop that. And I wanted to, but I couldn't. I don't know why. Question, well, on this occasion, on these two occasions, Saturday night and Sunday night, did you ever envision yourself actually physically fighting back against your father? Answer, no. Question, let's do this. You did run out to your car? Answer, yes. Question, and you did load your gun? Answer, yes. Question, what did you do with 2 rounds of birdshot that you had put in the gun on Friday? Answer, I unloaded them. Question, and why did you do that? Answer, because of what the man said on Saturday. Question, the man said that they weren't good for protection? Answer, yes. Question, and did you then load the gun with the new ammunition? Answer, well, actually what the man said was that they weren't good for protection because they were these tiny little things that... Question, the question was, did you then load your gun with the new ammunition? Answer, yes. Question, and do you remember how many you put in? Answer, I don't remember. It was dark. And I just was reaching in and grabbing them and loading them. I think it was 5. I think I loaded it all the way I knew how. Question, all the way without having to slide the pump down? Answer, yeah. Slide the pump down and then put in another shell like he described up here. Question, like Deputy Van Horn described it? Answer, yeah. Question, did you do that? Answer, I didn't do that. Question, you put in as many as you could without having to do that? Answer, yes. Question, and are you sure you put in all new stuff? Answer, it was dark. I tried to do that. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I tried to do that. Question, now at that point then, you had a loaded gun, correct? Answer, yes. Question, so why didn't you just wait and see what your father and mother were going to do? Answer, because I was thinking they were coming out. I only thought I had seconds. I thought they were. As soon as they came out of the room that I was going to die, I had to get to that room before they came out. Question, and going back for a moment to the previous question I was asking concerning your state of mind, what did you think you would have done if, as you were going into the house, the den doors opened and your parents are standing there with firearms? What do you think you would have done? Answer, I just would have froze. Question, excuse me? Answer, I would have froze. Question, were you afraid of that? Answer, yes, I was very afraid of that. I was terrified of them actually getting out of the room. Question, the question was, what did you think you would have been able to do if they had confronted you with a weapon? Answer, nothing. Question, now do you recall as you were going into the den, Mr. Menendez, do you recall thinking something about what your parents were about to do? Answer, yes. Question, and what was the thought that flashed through your head? Answer, that they were going to take my gun. Question, take the gun that you were going in. Answer, it was this stupidly big thing, and it was just, I thought they were just going to grab it. Question, at what point? Answer, as soon as I walked in the door. Question, did you think they were armed at that point? Did you think they were not armed, or did you not think about that either? Answer, I had thought they were armed, but as I was running towards the foyer, I just remember thinking they're going to get it. They're going to get this. They're going to get this. Question, they're going to get the gun? Answer, yeah. Question, now after you entered the den, what do you remember happening? Answer, I just remember firing. Question, and did you aim in any particular place? Answer, just in front of me. Question, and where were you standing? Answer, I was standing, I guess, in front of the coffee table. Question, I can't hear you. Answer, I was standing in front of the coffee table. Question, in front of the coffee table? How did the coffee table line up with the television set in that room? Answer, it's right in front of the television set. Not right in front, but in front of it. Question, and were you between the television set and the coffee table, or were you between the coffee table and the couch? Answer, no, I was between the television set and the coffee table. Question, and how close to the coffee table were you? Do you recall? Answer, I don't recall. I wasn't close. Question, were you closer to the television set? Answer, yes. Question, now when you went into the room, how soon did you start firing? Answer, immediately. Question, and when you came to this position between the television set and the coffee table, did you keep moving while you were firing, or at some point did you stand still? Answer, I don't remember. I guess I kept moving. I just run into the room. I guess I kept moving. I don't remember. All I remember is firing. Question, when you say you were between the coffee table and the television set, at what point was that? Answer, that was after I finished firing. Question, that's where you wound up? Answer, yeah. Question, you said you were firing directly in front of you? Answer, yes. Question, if you're moving from the doors to the area with the TV and the coffee table, are you firing at the bookcases which are directly in front of you? Answer, no. Question, or am I not understanding what you're saying? Answer, I was just firing as I went into the room. I just started firing. Question, in what direction? Answer, in front of me. Question, what was in front of you? Answer, my parents. Question, so you were firing at your parents? Answer, yeah. Question, and was Lyle to your right or to your left? Answer, he was to my right. He was to my right. Question, and could you tell when you first went through the doors where your parents were? Answer, they were in front of us. Question, where were they in relation to the furniture in the room? Answer, behind the coffee table. My dad wasn't, but my mom was. Question, when you say your dad wasn't behind the coffee table, where was he? Answer, he was. The coffee table ended before the couch, I believe, and he was in that area. In front of the couch, a little bit to its left, I think. I don't remember. I mean, I just saw this figure, which I think I knew it was my dad, and he was right there. Question, did you see another figure besides the figure of your dad? Answer, yes. Question, and what was that figure's position when you first came into the room? Answer, to my dad's right. Question, to your dad's right? Answer, yes. Question, did you get in front of that figure? Did you get to a place where you were in front of that figure? Answer, yes. Question, am I in front of you right now? Answer, yes. Question, we're not directly lined up? Answer, no. Question, but I am. You're in front of me. I'm in front of you, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and do you know if you lined up directly with that second figure, if you were off to the side? Answer, I don't know. I don't know. I just walked into the room. I just started firing, and I don't know. I didn't think about these things. I didn't think, where was this? Where was that? I just started firing, and I don't know. Volume 97. This is cross-examination of Erik Menendez by Mr. Kuriyama. Question, on August 20th, 1989, you and your brother, as your brother testified, burst into the family room of your Beverly Hills mansion. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, and you surprised your parents while they were watching television and blasted them until both shotguns were emptied of ammunition, correct? Answer, no, sir. Question, did you burst into the family room? Answer, yes, we did burst into the family room, but they weren't watching television. Question, what were they doing? Answer, they were standing when I saw them. They weren't watching television. Question, both of your parents were standing? Answer, yes. Question, where were they standing? Answer, behind the coffee table in front of the couch. Question, did you see them rising to their feet? Answer, no. I couldn't see well in the room, but I never saw them rising. Question, who was on the right and who was on the left? Answer, facing them? Question, yes. Answer, my dad was on the right past the coffee table and my mom was on the left. Question, now in direct examination, you've been testifying that you saw two figures, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you knew it was your mother and father, isn't that right? Answer, I knew it was my mother and father. I couldn't see their faces. I couldn't see exactly who they were until after they were dead, but I knew it was them. Question, was the television set on? Answer, yes. Question, was there a light coming from the television set? Answer, yes. Question, so you saw who you were shooting? Answer, well, I knew it was my parents. Question, and in particular, you knew you were shooting at your mother? Answer, I don't even remember. I don't think so. Question, you don't think that you knew you were shooting at your mother? Answer, when I was shooting, I wasn't thinking of who I was shooting at. Question, where did you aim your gun? Answer, just right in front of me as soon as I walked in the room, and I wasn't thinking person is here, this person is here. Whoever was in the room, where they were, I was shooting at. Testimony of Erik Menendez, cross-examination by Mr. Kuriyama. Question, what did he say? Answer, he walked back out of the room, grabbed my mom's arm and took her back into the den and said, let's get back, let's go back to the den, or something of those words. Question, what was that last part? Answer, or something of those words. Question, and at that point, what did you do? Answer, at that point, my brother came running up the stairs and I met him at the top of the stairs. And he looked really panicked at that point, and I said, I'm not going in the room, I'm not going in the room. Question, you're not going into what room? Answer, I told him that I wasn't going to let Dad go in my room. I wasn't going to wait for him in my room. I couldn't let Dad do it to me that night in my room. Question, so you went up and you got your gun from your room and you and Lyle went back to the guest house? Answer, no, I told Lyle I'd meet him at the car and I went and got the gun and went to the car. Question, so why did you tell him you'd meet him at the car? Answer, because the shells that the man said on Saturday were in the car. I had left my gun inside my room with the 2 shells in it. Question, so you weren't so freaked out that you just simply picked up the gun. You were thinking rationally in that you thought, I've got to get to the car. That's where our higher powered ammunition is. We'll eject the birdshot and we'll put in the buckshot. Is that what you're thinking? Answer, no, that's not what was happening. All I was thinking was, I've got to get my gun and these shells inside my gun aren't. Something about shells inside the gun were not the right ammunition. The man in the store said these shells aren't the right ammunition. So I was thinking, I got to get to my car. I got to get to my car. Question, and you went up to your room and you got your shotgun, your pump shotgun, and you thought, I got to go down. I've got to take out these birdshot cartridges and I've got to load my gun with buckshot. Answer, no. Actually, at that point, I was just thinking I've got to get to my car as fast as I can because I thought my dad was going to come up to me. I was just thinking I had to get down because I knew that I had to cross the foyer. And when my dad was going to come out of the den, he was going to come out of that den. And if he came out and I was running down the stairs with the gun, I would have frozen. I was just thinking, I've got to get to the car as fast as I can. I wasn't thinking about ejecting shells and doing this. I just wasn't thinking about all that. Question, you were afraid. You wanted to get out of that house as fast as you could. Answer, I wanted to get to my car as fast as I could. Question, so you could get the ammunition? Answer, yes. Question, you weren't thinking about, he's going to kill me, let me get to my car, let me hightail it out of here, let me lay some rubber in my driveway and get out of here? Answer, no, I wasn't. I was thinking he was coming up to my room right then, and it was going to happen right then. And I was saying to myself over and over, hurry, hurry, hurry. So my mind wouldn't go all over the place. So I could just keep focused, so I could get back to my car because I was going to lose it. I never thought to hightail it out of there. It never crossed my mind. Question, you didn't think that you had to get out of the house? Answer, I never thought I could get out of the house. It never crossed my mind. Question, Mr. Menendez, you ran out the front door. No one was on your tail. You ran out the front door. You got to your car. There was no one coming after you. Answer, I didn't run out the front door. Question, what did you do? Answer, I ran out the den door. Question, okay, you ran out the back door? Answer, I'm sorry, not the den door, the study door next to the front door. Question, was your father right on your tail then? Answer, no, he wasn't. Question, no one was chasing you. Answer, I didn't know what my parents were doing in the den, but I thought they were coming out. I did think they were coming out at any second, and I had got to do this as fast as possible. Question, you thought that they were going to kill you any second, and you ran out that door to the study, correct? Answer, to the study, yes. Question, is that the room with the portrait of Martin Luther King? Answer, yes. Question, is that the one? Answer, that's the one. Question, is that the one you'd always unlock? Answer, yes, it is. Question, and when you went out that door, no one was chasing you? Answer, I didn't hear anyone behind me, no. Question, and you got out to the outside to the, Question, and you got out to the outside to the front of your house? Answer, yes. Question, and did you look back and no one was chasing you? Answer, I looked back and no one was chasing me. Question, and so you went to your car? Answer, yes. Question, got in your car and said, Lyle, let's get out of here. Answer, no, that's not what I did. Lyle wasn't there yet, and I just ejected those 2 shells and started loading my gun as fast as possible. Question, you knew what you wanted to do as soon as you saw those doors close. You went upstairs, you got your gun. You were thinking not of running away, not of trying to elude anybody, but you were thinking, I've got to get these bunk cartridges out of my gun because they're only birdshot, and I've got to get to my car. I've got to get that buckshot in there. I've got to have enough firepower to kill my parents. Is that right? Answer, I wasn't at the bottom of the stairs when my parents were in the room. As soon as my parents were in the room, I met my brother. I'm not letting him go in my room tonight. I'm not letting him go in my room tonight. At that point, I said, I've got to get to the car. And that's when I ran to the car immediately. Question, okay, wait a minute. It didn't happen this, and this. It happened, boom. It just... Question, what were you thinking? Answer, I was thinking they were coming out of that room and they were going to come any second. And I kept on having this vision when I was in the closet getting my gun that if I ran down the stairs, my dad was going to be at the foyer because he was about to come up to my room. And I was thinking and flashed through my mind, I can barricade myself in my room. And I realized I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to confront him like that. So I just ran down to my car. Question, once you came down the stairs, went past the family room, through the foyer, you were out. No one was chasing you, correct? Answer, exactly. No. Question, and you went to your car? Answer, yes. Question, that was your goal, to get to your car so you could take out the cartridges that you had in there, the birdshot, correct? Answer, yes. Question, so you could reload with the buckshot? Answer, yes. So I could put in the buckshot. Question, you weren't thinking about getting away from someone that was trying to kill you. You were thinking about getting back to that room as fast as you can so you could burst in on your parents and kill them, correct? I was thinking about getting to that room before they left the room because if I met them in the foyer, I thought I was going to die. I knew I had to get to that room before they even exited that door. That was the main thing going in my mind. Hurry, I got to get to that room. Question, you knew that when you went upstairs, you dashed into your room and you got your gun. Your parents were not coming up the stairs. They had been watching television. They were in the family room. Answer, I did not think at all that they were watching television in the family room. Question, so they're sitting in the family room and the TV's going, but they're not watching it? Answer, I didn't believe they were sitting in the family room watching TV, and they weren't. Question, how do you know that? You said you were never in that room. Answer, because when I went in that room, both of them were up and my dad was on this side of the couch. Question, now you say that your father and mother, as you go burst into the room, we're standing up between the sofa and the coffee table, correct? Answer, I remember my dad being on, if you're facing the TV, my dad being on the left side of the coffee table, coming toward the door. That's the one thing that stood out of my mind, and my mom was to my left. Question, you think they were seated on that couch watching the television, which is right in front of them. And when you burst into the doors, did you make some noise when you burst into the doors? Did you knock into the doors and open them up? Answer, I don't know. Question, you don't know what you did? Answer, I know that I burst through the doors. I don't know how much noise I made or what happened. Question, do you think if someone is sitting there watching television and someone bursts through the doors that they're going to look in that direction and maybe get startled? Answer, if they were sitting down? Question, right. Answer, if they were sitting down, there is no way they could be sitting down when I walked in the room. Question, because you came in so quickly that you surprised them. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? Answer, my thought was I got to get to that room and they can't be exiting that room. And that was the purpose, to get there as quickly as possible. And when I got there, they were both standing up. Question, did you or your brother ever give your parents warning that you were going to burst into the room that night with your shotguns and kill them? Did you give them any warning? Answer, no. My understanding was that they thought I was waiting up in my room. I didn't think that they thought I was going to burst in. My dad, I believed, and my mom thought I was waiting up in my bedroom. Question, the question is, did you give them any warning that you were going to burst into the family room? Yes or no? Answer, no. Question, when you spoke to Dr. Oziel, he has testified that you said that you told him, you and Lyle, you and your brother, surprised your parents in that family room. Answer, is that the word he used? Question, yes. Answer, then that's the word he used. Question, you said, I believe, in examination here that you may have used that word. Answer, I don't remember that word. I specifically remember saying that we ran into the room. Maybe he interpreted that as surprised. Question, you testified that you may have used that word, correct? Answer, if I did, I did. Question, now, when you and your brother got to the doors to the family room, was it you who arrived first? Answer, yes. Question, how much did you have to wait for your brother to come? Answer, I didn't wait. He was right. Question, as soon as you got to that door, you burst in? Answer, yes. Question, you didn't wait for your brother? Answer, he was right next to me. Question, well, how much time had lapsed by the time he had come up right next to you? Answer, there was no time that lapsed. He ran straight from the car, straight through the foyer, straight into the den.
All right, why don't you read it in context?
Question, well, how much time had lapsed by the time he had come up right next to you? Answer, there was no time that lapsed. We ran straight from the car, straight through the foyer, straight into the den. Question, okay, so when you ran to your car, you were the first one to your car. Would that be fair to say? Answer, yes. Question, as you were ejecting the birdshot, did your brother come up? Answer, my brother came up. I don't remember exactly at what point. Question, would you describe for these juries how you unloaded your gun? Answer, you just pumped down there was a pump, you just pumped it and the shells came out. Question, is that the same pump mechanism that actually makes the gun fire? Answer, yes. Question, do you have to do anything to the gun itself before you do that? Answer, no. Question, you just start pumping? Answer, yes. Question, and you pumped these shells out of your gun? Answer, yes. Question, why? What was it that you did differently when you actually shot the gun? Answer, when you shoot the gun, you have to pull the trigger. Question, when you eject, you simply have to pump it? Answer, yes. Question, after you fired once, are you saying that was to pump it? After you fired once, are you saying that you have to pump it to get the other cartridge into the chamber? Answer, yes. Question, and then pull the trigger again? Answer, yes. Question, oh, so you simply take the shells out. You simply pumped it twice and eject it? Answer, yes. Question, did you do that to your gun first before your brother got there? Answer, do what? Question, eject the bird type ammunition. Answer, I believe so. Like I said, I don't remember exactly at what point we got there. Question, at some point you're pumping your rounds out? Question, at some point,
No, before
Read a
that.
little slower, and just go a little slower, and just get it down.
It's the
That's
he's
you
in
can the
the
first time. Just read it slower.
line 26, counsel?
Go back to the top of the page. Start all over again. Okay.
the top of a
Top of
96
the
year old.
page.
The 96 or 95. Question, you just start pumping? Answer, yes. Question, and you pumped these shells out of your gun? Answer, yes. Question, why? What was it that you did differently when you actually shot the gun? Answer, when you shoot the gun, you have to pull the trigger. Question, when you eject, you simply have to pump it? Answer, yes. Question, after you fired once, are you saying that you have to pump it to get the other cartridge into the chamber? Answer, yes. Question, and then pull the trigger again? Answer, yes. Question, oh, so you simply take the shells out, you simply pumped it twice and eject it? Answer, yes. Question, did you do that to your gun first before your brother got there? Answer, do what? Question, eject the bird type ammunition? Answer, I believe so. Like I said, I don't remember exactly at what point he got there. Question, at some point you're pumping your rounds out, and do you then go to the buckshot? Answer, it all happened in one continuous thing. The gun pumps in like 1/10 of a second, and the shells just came out. And I knew they were in the box, and the shells were going all over the place, and I was just putting whichever ones I could grab in my hand in the gun. Question, did you open up the box, or did your brother do that? Answer, I think, I don't remember that. I just remember grabbing for the shells. Question, after you grabbed for the shells, how many did you load? Answer, I loaded, I believe, 5. I don't remember. I wasn't thinking about it. Question, and did you see your brother doing likewise to eject his birdshot cartridges? Answer, I don't have a specific memory of that, but I know that he did because he said he did. Question, did you see him loading his gun? Answer, I believe so. I don't specifically remember, but I believe so. I know he did so. Question, was there any discussion at the car, any hesitation at the car? Answer, no. Question, no. Answer, no. Question, never actually got into the car and said, let's get out of here? Answer, no. The only thing I remember is me saying to Lyle, hurry. Question, hurry? Answer, yeah. Question, hurry what? Answer, hurry. That's the main thing I was thinking. I was saying it over and over again in my mind so that I wouldn't fall or I wouldn't lose myself. And I was just thinking, hurry, hurry. And I believe I said that to Lyle. Question, did he respond to you at all? Answer, I don't remember him responding. Question, when you were saying hurry, did you mean to hurry up and load the gun or hurry up? We got to go kill mom and dad. Answer, I was thinking hurry before, we got to get there before they come out of the room. Question, when you say get there, what are you talking about? Answer, get to the den. Question, after you both loaded and you loaded first, you ran to the den doors, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and your brother was right behind you? Answer, yes. Question, were the doors shut tight? Answer, they were closed. Question, did you open the left side and peek in? Answer, no. Question, you didn't look in? Answer, no. Question, when you stopped at the doors, did you listen to see if there was any talking, any conversation inside? Answer, no. Question, so as soon as you got to that door, there was no hesitation. You just broke right into the door? Answer, yes. Question, did you knock the doors off its hinges? Answer, no, the doors opened up pretty easily. Question, how did you do that? Answer, you just went right into the door. I'm not sure whether I specifically, I don't remember how I bursted through, whether the lever needed to be pushed down or I don't remember. I just remember bursting in. I don't remember exactly. Question, do the doors open to the interior of that room? Answer, yes. Question, or swing out? Answer, they opened to the interior. Question, so you swung the door open on which side? The left or the right side? Excuse me, the left or the right? Answer, the left side. Question, and your brother was on the right side? Answer, I believe so. Question, and you burst into the room first? Answer, yes. Question, and you were the first one into that room? Answer, yes. Question, and your brother followed you? Answer, yes. Question, and you could see your father, correct? Answer, he's what I specifically remember because he was right there. Question, now you said that your father said no as you burst in? Answer, no, he said no after I had started firing. Question, so after you shot him a couple of times, he said no? Answer, no. Question, what happened? Answer, after I had shot my gun, I don't remember what was happening between the first shot and the last shot, but I remember him saying no. He said it in a loud, rough tone. I just remember the word, and I remembered it every day. Question, when he said no, did he raise up his hands and turn his face so that he wouldn't get blasted? Answer, I don't know. Question, you don't remember? Answer, no. Question, do you remember seeing him? And you remember hearing him say no, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and you just started shooting? Answer, I had already been shooting. Question, how many times had you shot? Answer, I don't remember. Question, now you said that you have to pull the trigger and then pump the gun, correct? Answer, yes. Question, in order to get another shell in there? Answer, yes. Question, okay, so as soon as you came in the door, did you pull the trigger? Answer, I believe so. I'm not exactly sure. How did you actually get into the room before you actually pulled that trigger? So, answer, I don't remember. I really don't remember.
27 reread.
Question,
The second word in particular.
how far did you actually get into the room before you actually pulled that trigger? So, answer, I don't remember. I really don't remember. It's something that I have not wanted to think about for a long time, but I couldn't help it. I just have the image of bursting through, and I have the image of the fire in front of me. Question, and you have the image of your father and mother getting shot in front of you? Answer, no. I luckily do not have that image. I just have the image of the fire in front of me. Question, now, would it be fair to say that your father was the closest one to you as you entered into that room that day? Answer, yes. Question, was he the first one you shot? Answer, I don't know. Question, as soon as you entered that door, you shot? Answer, I believe so. Question, was your father the first one you saw as you entered into that room? Answer, I believe so. Question, was he the first one you shot? Answer, I don't know. Question, did you see your mother at this point? Answer, I believe so. Question, how close was your mother from your father? Answer, she wasn't close. Question, how close? Answer, I don't know. I know I saw an image of her far away, but question, you saw what? Answer, an image of her far away. Question, how far away? Answer, across the room. Question, so the person you were shooting at was not the person that was farther away. It was the person that was closest to you. Would that be fair to say? Answer, no, I don't remember. I I ran into the room, and at some point I just started firing right directly in front of me. I don't remember who or what exactly. Question now, the first one who was directly in front of you was who, your mother or your father? Answer, my father wasn't directly in front of me. He was the closest one to me. Question, did you shoot at the closest person to you? Answer, I don't remember. Question, did you hear your father make any sounds of pain as he was shot? Answer, no, definitely not. Question, did you hear your mother? Answer, no. Question, so as you came bursting into the room and shooting, did you continue to move towards the bar area? Answer, I don't remember. Question, well, sir, did you stop right in front of the door so that your brother would bang into you? Answer, I know that I ended up somewhere between the coffee table and the TV, but I don't remember running there. I just know that I ended up there. Question, and you remember pulling the trigger and shooting at your mother and father? Answer, I remember the fire in front of me. I don't remember pumping. I don't remember pulling the trigger. I don't remember. Question, you indicated that you remembered pulling the trigger as you entered? Answer, I knew that I started firing as soon as I entered. Question, you pulled the trigger? Answer, I don't remember pulling the trigger. I must have. I obviously pulled the trigger, but I don't have the memory of pulling it. Cross-examination of Erik Menendez by Mr. Kuriyama. Question, Mr. Menendez, you said that when you entered into the family room on the 20th of August, you were the first one into that room, correct? Answer, yes, I was. Question, and you indicated that the first person you saw was your father? Answer, yes. Question, and you said that he was standing up? Answer, yes, he was. Question, you remember the testimony of your brother who followed you into that room? Is that right? Answer, yes, he followed me into the room. Question, he testified that your father was in the process of rising from the couch. Answer, no. Question, do you remember that? Answer, no, I don't think he said that. Question, you don't think he said that? Answer, no, I don't believe so. Question, would that be accurate? Answer, no, it wouldn't. Question, now, you've indicated that you fired at the first figure you saw. Answer, no, I just started firing as soon as I came in the room. I don't know who I was firing at. Question, and at the time that you first entered that room, you saw your father first, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and you went right into the room? Answer, yes. Question, and did you fire as soon as you got through the threshold of the doors? Answer, that's my recollection. I don't know exactly at what point I fired. I just remember firing right after I got into the room. Question, is your recollection that you hit your father first? Answer, I don't know. Question, as you entered into the room, you kept firing? Answer, yes. Question, and you indicated that you loaded 5 cartridges into your shotgun. Is that right? Answer, yes. I believe it was 5. Question, and at first, when you put in the birdshot, you had loaded 2 cartridges, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and you thought that that was sufficient? Answer, at first, before Saturday night, when my dad was banging on the door, then I realized I thought I was going to die because 2 shells, it just didn't seem enough to be right then. Question, so that's what you were thinking about when you loaded? Answer, when I loaded. Question, when you loaded your 5 cartridges? Answer, no. On Saturday night, I was thinking, why didn't I load more? And on Sunday, I loaded all the way I could. Question, so that was, you loaded as many as you can. You're not sure how much you loaded then? Answer, as many as I could. Question, did you hear your brother shooting as you entered? Did he shoot as soon as he came through the doors? Answer, I just remember all sorts of noise, banging, and so on. I don't remember whether the noise was coming from my gun or from his. Question, you have no idea what she was doing? Answer, I didn't see her. As soon as I entered the room, I saw her. But as soon as I started firing, I didn't see anyone. I didn't. Question, how could that be? Answer, I guess because the room was dark and because there was so much noise and there was so much fire, and maybe because I don't want to remember. I don't know why, but I don't remember. Question, okay, you remember things. I believe you testified you remember from when you were 3 years old. You've given these juries a lot of the things that happened when you were 3 years old and on later in your life. Do you remember that? Answer, I remember a lot more things. I mean, a lot less things than I remember. A lot more things happened to me in my life than I will ever remember. But what happened that night when I entered that room, I don't remember. Question, this is a night that you will never forget. Isn't that true, sir? Answer, yes, sir. Question, and this is a night that you had images of, and you described for Dr. Oziel that you were having nightmares about you and your brother killing your parents, correct? Answer, I had images of it every day. Question, why don't you explain to the juries what you saw that night now? Answer, I entered the room, I saw two people in the room, and I just started firing, and that's what I remember. Question, Mr. Menendez, why don't you try to focus on what you saw that night and describe that to the jury? Answer, at what point that night? Question, as you entered and you started to shoot, you see your parents in front of the couch. What did you see? Answer, I saw my dad on this side of the coffee table coming forward. I saw my mom on the other side, and then I saw smoke and the fire in my gun. Question now, let's take one shot at a time then, sir. The initial fire from the gun and the initial smoke didn't cover the whole room, did it? Answer, when I walked in the room, I was panicking, and I just fired every shot I had. I didn't stop to take a look at what I was doing after each shot. I just fired until there was nothing left. And what happened in between when I first started firing and when I ended is it's just a red blank to me. Question, you know that you weren't wasting time by running around the room. You went exactly to where you could do the most damage. Would that be fair? Answer, no. I wasn't thinking like that. I ran in that room in such a state that I just wanted to fire off that gun as fast as possible. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know where I was going to shoot or how I was going to shoot or any of that. It just wasn't going through my mind. Question, okay, Mr. Menendez, when you went in there, you said all you wanted to do was shoot your gun, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you didn't take your gun and fire your 5 shots into the ceiling, did you? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, you knew you wanted to kill your parents? Answer, I wanted to shoot at them. Question, you wanted to what? Answer, I wanted to shoot at them. Question, and that was your goal as you entered into that room that night? Answer, the last thought I have of entering the room was the fear that one of them was going to be able to take my gun. I assumed that was the goal. I ran in there to shoot them, but I don't have a specific memory of the goal. I don't have a specific memory of what I did when I was inside the room. I just don't have it. Question, sir, you were inside your house. You got your gun. You were armed. You ran down the stairs. You ran past the family room. You ran out the foyer outside of your house. You went to your car, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you loaded your gun as much as you could. Answer, yes. Question, and you were scared that someone was going to take your gun away from you as you entered that door? Answer, yes. That was the last thought I had. You need to understand who my parents are and how strong they are, especially how quick Dad is. And this was a small room, and this was a big gun, and it just flashed through my minds. All kinds of things flashed through my minds. I didn't think about these thoughts. These were just thoughts that flashed through my mind. I didn't think about what my goal was. I was just acting. As soon as what happened in the foyer, I panicked and I just rushed into that room and I started firing as much as I can, but I can't tell you what happened inside the room. Question, so when those doors closed to the family room and your father said he was going to finish watching television, answer, he didn't say that. Question, you went upstairs and you did all these purposeful movements, all these purposeful actions in order to catch them by surprise? Answer, they thought I was waiting up in my room for my dad to come up and have sex with me. That's what I'm sure they were there thinking. That's what they were about to do. And I just panicked. I thought I was going to die and I just ran and I loaded as much as I could. Question, now let's try to clarify that. You thought your father was going to come up and have sex with you? Answer, yes. Question, you didn't think he was going to come and kill you? Answer, no, I definitely thought he was going to come and kill me. He just wasn't going to do that in front of the family with everyone knowing, and my mom right there and my brother right there. That wasn't going to happen. Question, what wasn't going to happen? Answer, him just coming up to my room to do that in front of everyone. Question, so you went out, and when you were outside and you had a loaded gun, you decided, I've got to go back in there, but I'm afraid that they might take my gun away from me as I enter into that room? Answer, that thought went through my mind right before I ran to the room, not as I was out at the car. Question, and your brother had a loaded gun right behind you? Answer, yes. Question, and it was a fully loaded pump shotgun? Answer, yes. Question, and you had your back up, Question, and you had your backup with you? Answer, yes. I believe that's all of the testimony on that question, Your Honor. And then we'll go back to volume 88. This is a direct testimony of Lyle Menendez. Question, how long did you stay in the den after your dad left? Answer, not long. I went back. I pretty much, after I thought about the conversation a few minutes, I went straight to the guest house and waited for Erik. I figured he would be coming home. Question, and did you see Erik later on that night? Answer, yes. Question, when was it that you saw Erik? Answer, I saw Erik. Question, how much after the conversation? Answer, not very long. I don't remember how long, but not very long. I saw him with Mom. Actually, I heard the screaming between Erik and Mom, and I heard my brother running up. I live on the second floor. I heard him running up the stairs and open the door. Question, where did you hear the screaming from? From outside or from the house? Answer, just outside. Question, and could you tell what the words were, or you could just hear the voices? Answer, I couldn't tell what the words were, but I knew it was my mother and Erik. Question, and did they come inside at some point in time? Answer, Erik came in, running in first, saying, screaming that Mom knows, Mom knows. And I sort of grabbed him and said, you know, Mom knows what? And he said, about Dad and I. And he was screaming and he was crying too. Then I didn't have a chance to talk to him again because my mother came running in up the stairs, you know, just extremely upset from the conversation she had had with Erik. And volume 91. This is cross-examination of Lyle Menendez by Ms. Bozanich. Question, when was it Thursday night that you talked to your brother about weapons? I believe you indicated that you spoke to your father sometime. It would have been after 11:30 if he got home at 11. Answer, right. Question, and was gone with your mother for at least a half an hour. You spoke with your father. When was it you spoke with your brother? Answer, not long after that. He came running up with my mother. And question, and where were you physically located when your brother came running up with your mother? Answer, in the bedroom. Question, which bedroom? Answer, there's just one. It's my bedroom in that guest house. Question, and what was going on when your brother and your mother came running up? Answer, what was going on with me? I was just. Question, no, what were they doing? Answer, he ran up first and he started screaming that Mom knows, and he was frantic. And I was saying, knows what? And he was saying about me and Dad. And it was at that point that my mother, who I guess had been chasing him, because I had heard the argument, or at least the screaming, ran up the stairs. And she started screaming at my brother, and I confronted her about how she could have known all these years. And that's when she said that I knew and that nobody had ever helped her, and that I knew what was going on. And I said something in denial of that, and she just said that she hated us and called us some names and ran out. Question, did she threaten you at that time with death? Answer, no. Question, and you had seen your mother upset on other occasions before this particular date, correct? Answer, yes. Question, and was she any more upset than on any other occasions when you've seen her? Answer, she was more upset through that week, but I wouldn't say she was more upset at that moment. She was just out of control, similar to other times. Question, similar to times that you saw when you were 12, 13 years old, right? Answer, similar. Question, now I think you indicated you heard screaming. You heard screaming before you actually saw your brother. Is that correct? Answer, right. Question, and you were inside the guest house when you heard the screaming? Answer, I was somewhere in the guest house when I heard the screaming. Question, could you tell from which direction the screaming was coming? Answer, yes. Question, where? Answer, it was coming from the main house. I believe that's it, Your Honor.
That completes the reread of testimony, and you may resume your deliberations. There were two separate items requested in this note from the foreman. The first was a request for, quote, reread of all testimony about or allusions to Erik's homosexuality, end quote. And that will be the first material that will be read back to the jury. And the other request is, quote, reread part of Oziel's testimony about his two scenarios for the killings, and also Lyle's testimony about what Oziel said about this and Lyle's response. And that'll be the second material that will be read back by the court reporter. And we're now ready to proceed with the readback.
This is volume 96, direct examination of Lyle Menendez. Question.
No. Starting with the first things first, which was, the first request.
Correct.
So let's identify.
Yes, this is the direct testimony of Erik Menendez. Question. They would be in another room. Answer, yes. They'd be in the middle room. There was a bedroom on each side of the middle room, and they'd be in the middle room. Question. Is the middle room like a living room? Answer, living room, eating room kind of thing. Question. And was it while you were still there that your mother brought up this topic to you? Answer, yes. Question. And what topic did you bring up? Answer, that she wanted me to get a girlfriend. Question. And what did she say? Answer, she said I had to have a girlfriend within 6 months. Question. Or? Answer, she didn't really say or. She just made it pretty clear that something bad would happen if I didn't have a girlfriend within 6 months. Question. And did you have any idea why she would say this to you? Answer, I assumed it was because of her image. She wanted her son. When I was younger, people would ask me in front of her, do you have a girlfriend? Or they would ask her in front of me, does he like girls yet? I was young. And she said, no, he doesn't have time for that. He doesn't have that. But when we moved to California, it was a really big thing for me to have a girlfriend. And later on, I found out why. But at that point, I didn't know. Question. Okay. And did you, within 6 months, find a girlfriend? Answer. I think I didn't make the 6-month deadline, but it was just after. Question. And what were the initials of this girlfriend so we don't have to use her name? Answer. KS. Question. And was this a girl that you went with twice over 2 different time periods? Answer. Yes. Question. You testified before that you ultimately found out or learned why it was your mother was pressuring you to have a girlfriend. Answer. Yes. Question. What was it you, first of all, when did you make whatever discovery it was? Answer. After Kirsten broke up with me. Question. Kirsten was the girlfriend? Answer. Yes. Question. And when was it that Kirsten broke up with you? Answer. In just after summer in September of 1987. Question. Is that the first time you and Kirsten broke up or the second? Answer. That was the first time. Question. And did you renew your relationship with Kirsten at some point after that? Answer. Yes. Question. When did that happen? Answer. Almost exactly a year later in August of 1988. Question. And how long did your relationship with her last from August of 88? Answer. About 6 months. Question. Now, when was it? You say it was September 87 when you made this discovery. Answer. Of my mother. It wasn't like a discovery. It was just knowledge or belief of why she was pressuring me. Question. Okay. Well, how did you gain the knowledge or belief? Answer. She was real nasty after the relationship with Kirsten and me ended. She would say, what, are you gay? What, are you not man enough for her? Are you just not a man enough person to be with her? Is this what your problem is? She would really get down on me. Question. So she gave you the impression that she questioned whether or not you were gay? Answer. Yes. Question, Mr. Menendez, did you ever question in your mind whether or not you were gay? Answer, yes. Question, and why was that, if you know? Answer, it was because I didn't understand what was happening with my father. Question, and what do you mean you didn't understand it? Answer, in California, I didn't understand why it didn't hurt so much anymore, and I didn't understand. I just felt like I was having more friends because I had a car and I was able to play tennis with them and I was a little bit more independent, and I felt like I was supposed to be stronger, and I would still be doing this with Dad, and I wouldn't scream with him or fight back with him. I was afraid, but I still thought I should have, and I would still be able to have an orgasm. Question, okay, so those factors made you wonder if in fact maybe you were gay, maybe that's why it is, maybe that's why it didn't hurt. Is that what you mean? Answer, yes, I didn't understand. Question, and did these concerns about whether or not you were gay, did this bother you? Answer, yeah, it was on my mind a lot. It bothered me. Question, did you think it was wrong for somebody to be gay, or was it just that you didn't know what you were? Answer, no, I didn't think it was wrong to think I was. Question, you didn't understand my question. Do you think it was wrong for people to be gay? Answer, no. Question, so what was it? Answer, it was just that I was confused and it was difficult for me. My mom made it seem like it was worse than death to be gay, and I didn't think I was. I didn't know. I really didn't understand. Question, did you like girls? Answer, yes. Question, were you attracted to girls? Answer, yes. Question, and eventually, did you have intimate relationships with girls? Answer, yes. Question, and you said your mom made it sound like the worst thing in the world. Did your father make gay jokes? Answer, yes. Question, did your father call you a particular name, associated negative name for gay people? Answer, yeah. He called me faggot. Question, did he call you that a lot? Answer, yeah. He called me a fag or a faggot. He used both of them. He hated gay people, and he absolutely refused to accept that what was happening between us. He just said that it wasn't any of that. He hated that. Question, without naming them, was there a relative on your mother's side of the family that was perceived by the family as being gay? Answer, he was gay. Question, okay. Answer, well, we didn't know that. We just felt that he was. Question, and how did your father talk about or treat that particular individual? Answer, he ridiculed him, made fun of him, talked a lot behind his back, would say things like, I don't want to say his name, you don't want to be like this person. He would, one time I remember Lyle bought the same color and basically the same type of shoe as this person was wearing, and he made fun of Lyle for the longest time for it. Question, for getting the same kind of shoes as the relative? Answer, yeah, as. Question, now what did you think when your father, who's having sex with you, is talking about being gay? Answer, I was real confused. I didn't think that what Dad and I was doing was a gay thing. I thought it was just what Dad and I was doing. But it made me real confused because it didn't hurt like I thought it should anymore, and so I didn't understand. Question, when your father called you faggot, did you ever answer him back in your head? Answer, yes. Question, what did you say? Answer, I said, then what the hell are you? This is direct testimony of Dr. Vickery. Question by Ms. Abramson. And even when he started telling you about it, did he tell you that he really didn't want to? Answer, right. And he gave me several reasons for not wanting to talk about it, no matter what, even if it meant spending the rest of his life in prison. Question, and what were the reasons that he gave you? Answer, he was so ashamed he felt he would be humiliated if he told about the molestation. He felt so guilty already. He believed that if this came out, that he would ruin whatever was left of the family name. In fact, he had been told by at least one family member that under no circumstances, no matter what, was he ever to let this dirt out. He also believed that this would ruin him in terms of the regard that other prisoners would have for him, and that everybody in the whole world would think he was a homosexual, and that his girlfriend would leave him, and that for the rest of his life he would be like the Elephant Man. I believe that's all for that question, Your Honor. Going on to volume 61. This is the direct testimony of Dr. Oziel by Ms. Bozanich. Question. At some point after that, did you describe for them 2 different kinds of killings? Answer, yes, I did. Question. Could you tell the jury what you told them, please? Answer, I described one pattern of killing, and that related to certain characteristics. It had to do with being premeditated, involving sort of a plan, a job that needed to be accomplished, where the killing was, in fact, something that was like a job that had to get done, get accomplished, that feelings were, there either weren't many feelings about it, or whatever feelings that there were really didn't get in the way of it. Question, did you contrast that kind of killing with another kind? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and what was the other kind that you described to the 2 defendants? Answer, the other kind of killing that I described was a killing, if you will, out of intense emotion, something that occurred, a crime of passion type of killing, where there wasn't any premeditation and it wasn't a logical, rational plan to murder someone. It was just coming in, for example, to find something very emotional happening in one's life and grabbing the nearest knife or pistol and in the heat of the moment shooting someone. So a lack of premeditation and something arising primarily out of emotion, not out of thought and rational plan and logic. Question, did each of the 2 defendants acknowledge to you, after you described these 2 kinds of killings, which one was more applicable to their situation? Answer, yes, they did. Question, and as to the defendants, what did they indicate? Answer, they indicated that the former pattern, the logical, rational, thought-out pattern, was in fact the one that characterized their acts in relationship to the murder. Volume 63. Cross-examination of Dr. Oziel by Ms. Abramson. Question, Dr. Oziel, I wanted to ask you, you've testified about giving Erik and Lyle some hypothetical murder situations. Do you recall that testimony? Answer, yes, I do. I think I said a situation. Question, you gave them 2 situations. You gave them your hypothetical crime of passion and your hypothetical premeditated murder, correct? Answer, no, that's not correct. Question, let's back up for a minute and ask you this. Have you ever taken any criminal law courses? Answer, not one in my life. Question, what does the word premeditation mean? Answer, premeditation as a layperson? Question, well, what did you mean when you used the word to Erik and Lyle? What did you have in your head? Answer, what I had in my head was, question, just for the word premeditation, what did you mean by using that word? Answer, by using the word premeditation, I meant thinking about something or planning something, thinking about something in advance or planning. Question, so it would be either one, either thinking about something in advance or planning something, right? Answer, basically, something that was pre-thought out or planned. Question, so you, for example, premeditated the purchase of the shotguns that you made on November 6th because you thought about it in advance, correct? Answer, that's correct. Question, now you testified here, if I can compare these things, concerning one pattern of killing, I believe you said. You testified here in front of the juries that one pattern of killing, that is 9399, counsel page 17, that you had described to Erik and Lyle had certain characteristics, and these are the ones you gave. Quote, it had to do with being premeditated, involving sort of a plan, a job that needed to be accomplished, where the killing was, in fact, something that was like a job that had to get done, get accomplished, that feelings were, there either weren't many feelings about it, or whatever feelings that there were really didn't get in the way, close quote. Do you recall your testimony to that effect on Wednesday? Answer, yes, I do. Question, and is that word for word what you told Erik and Lyle during the meeting that you had with them on November 2nd to describe this particular kind of killing? Answer, it's the best reproduction that I can produce 4 years later of what I said. I can't swear that it absolutely was word for word. It's the best of my memory. Question, on July 30, 1993, do you recall testifying as follows concerning that first type of murder? Quote, a murder that was predominantly a means to an end, something that the murderer believed was a way to achieve a particular end. It was a planned, premeditated murder and a way to deal with problem solving, and that if there were emotions involved with it, they didn't get in the way of needing to accomplish the end, and that once there was a decision that the murder had to be committed, it was committed, and feelings basically didn't enter into it in a significant way, close quote. Do you remember that testimony? Answer, yes, I do. Question, So when you testified at trial, you talked about a job that had to get done. That's sort of like your hitman patient, is it not? Answer, that's similar to that person. Question, as compared to what you testified to on July 30th, a problem-solving thing, do you see those two as indistinguishable? Answer, not really. In my mind, they're not distinguishable. I meant fundamentally the same thing. Let me ask you this. Let me move on. This is a question. Let me move on to your second description before the juries, and that's at 9400. You said that, quotes, what you told Erik and Lyle was there was another kind of killing, close quotes. You testified, quote, the other kind of killing that I described was a killing, if you will, out of intense emotion, something that occurred, a crime of passion type of killing, where there wasn't any premeditation and it wasn't a logical, rational plan to murder someone. I was just coming in, for example, to find something very emotionally happening in one's life and grabbing the nearest knife or pistol and in the heat of the moment shooting someone. So a lack of premeditation and something arising primarily out of emotion, not out of thought and rational and planned logic, close quote. Question, do you remember that testimony? Answer, yes. Now that you're refreshing my memory, right. Question, now do you recall testifying on July 30th, last Friday, about how you described this other kind of murder? And the way you testified about this crime of passion on July 30th was, quote, I gave an example such as someone coming home to find their partner or spouse in bed with someone else, or something of that nature, and then pick up a knife or a gun and killing them, and that is someone acting out of emotion and without a rational plan. Was, close quotes, maybe the word should have been essentially, no, continuing on with the quote, eventually committing an act of passion. It wasn't something that was premeditated, close quote. Question, do you recall that testimony? Answer, sounds like the testimony I gave. Question, all right, and you don't see that there's any difference or distinction in the two different ways that you describe these kinds of murder as between the hearing and the testimony in trial, is that right? Answer, they seem similar to me in terms of what I was communicating. I'm not saying that the words are identical. I'm just saying that the concepts are similar to me. Question. Now, Dr. Oziel, you testified that after describing, with whatever specific words you may have done it at the time, these two different kinds of murder, Erik and Lyle indicated which one was more appropriately or approximately described their situation. Is that right? Answer, they just identified which category. Question, okay, they didn't ask you any questions about defining the terms, did they? Answer, they did not. Question, and they didn't ask you if you had used, for example, the problem involving example. They didn't ask what you meant by or what you mean problem or problem involving. They didn't ask anything, did they? Answer, no, they didn't. Going on to volume 64. This is cross-examination of Dr. Oziel by Mr. Burt. Question, let me refer you to a specific conversation you had in reference. I think you said that at one point you offered them two different scenarios of the kind of killings and you characterized each. Do you remember that discussion? Answer, yes, I do. Question, and when did that discussion take place in reference to your telling them that you could be potentially helpful to them in a trial and after warning them that if they threatened you that there was no confidentiality? Answer, that took place significantly after me warning them about the confidentiality issue. Question, and did that discussion also take place after what you perceived to be threats? Answer, did the conversation about the different kinds of murders take place? Question, yes. Answer, yes, it definitely did. Question, in fact, threats, according to you, took place as early as October 31st, right? Answer, they did take place October 31st and November 2nd. Question, and the discussion about the different types of killings took place well after both the threats and your discussion with them about the limits of confidentiality and how you could be potentially helpful to them in the event they were brought to trial. Answer, that's correct. Question, and you offered them those two options and they basically indicated that option A was the one that best fit their situation? Answer, by option A, you mean what? Question, I think you testified that you offered them two options. One was a premeditated killing with no feelings, and the other was a heat of passion killing where someone does something on the spur of the moment. Do you recall that? Answer, yes, I do. Question, loosely, that was the categorization which you offered to them? Answer, that's correct. Question, and after all this discussion about possibly not being confidential, that you were there to help them develop mitigating information for their trial? Answer, I didn't say that. Question, you didn't say that? Answer, I didn't say I was there to help them develop mitigating information. Question, all right. Without quibbling about the words, you told them you could be potentially helpful for them in a trial, correct? Answer, that my testimony about why things took place might be helpful, not that I was there to help them develop mitigating circumstances. Question, and it's also true, is it not, that they, from the very beginning on October 31st, reflected some skepticism in terms of whether what they were going to tell you was going to be confidential? Answer, oh, I think there was a disbelief initially that confidentiality meant anything. I think that there was, on Lyle's part anyway, a complete dismissal of it. Question, and in fact, he was telling you what's going to prevent you from going to the police? Answer, he didn't believe. As I was describing confidentiality and the limits of it, I think he had already concluded in his own mind there was no way to believe any of that. And basically that I was an unsafe person to keep around. I don't think he was believing any of the confidentiality statements I was making. Question, yet you say he proceeded to sign on to a version which would indicate premeditated killings. Answer, an aversion? Question, a version. Answer, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean by that. Could you tell me? Question, let's back up. At some point after he expressed his skepticism that this was going to remain confidential, and specifically in the November 2nd session, you offered him two versions of the killings, correct? Answer, correct. Question, option A was a premeditated killing. Option B was a heat of passion emotional killing, right? Answer, that's correct. Question, so he, according to your testimony, signed on to a version which would indicate premeditated killings, did he not? Answer, he did. Question, and that was despite the fact that he had indicated some skepticism about whether that session was going to remain confidential. Isn't that true? Answer, the primary session in which he expressed a conclusion that things were not going to remain confidential was the October 31st session. So yes, in the November 2nd session, at the point at which he was making the choice between pattern A and pattern B, yes, there had already been a discussion about confidentiality and the limits of it. Volume 89. This is the direct testimony of Lyle Menendez. Question, now when you saw him on November 2nd, he said that he described two different types of killings. Do you remember him testifying to that? Answer, yes. Question, and he said that one killing was premeditated and involved a plan and a job that needed to be accomplished, something that had to get done. There weren't many feelings, and that the second kind of killing was something that just came up all of a sudden. There wasn't any premeditation. It was like talking about finding your wife with a lover, something like that. Do you remember him testifying here to that effect? Answer, right. Question, and that the second one was out of intense emotion and it was just something that came up right away. Answer, right. Question, did you have some source of discussion with him with regard to different kinds of killings? Answer, no. Question, did he describe? Answer, just those two. Question, how did he describe them to you? Answer, well, the first one was simple, that he basically just said it's when a man comes home and finds his wife in bed with someone else, and he had no idea. And on the spur of the moment, he just, I guess, kills the guy or whatever he said. And then the second one was something where you knew what the problem was, and it was sort of an ongoing thing. And this happened as a result of that. And you know, he used the words you described there pretty much. I'm not exactly sure because it was a much more complicated version and there was no example. It was just sort of more theoretical. And I just felt like, question, when you say a much more complicated version, answer, right. Question, you mean he gave you lots more facts than he gave when he testified here? Answer, he gave no facts, just a larger theory. Question, okay. And did you and your brother pick one of those two? Answer, yeah. I'm not sure which one of us picked, but I know that we both agreed that it was more neither one fit. It certainly wasn't the first one. Question, why do you say it certainly wasn't the first one? The first one is where somebody, a husband, comes home and finds his wife in bed, something like that? Answer, right. Question, why wasn't it that one? Answer, well, just because we knew that was something that was sort of like a surprise, and that the person didn't know anything about the situation until he walked in the room. And that certainly wasn't what happened. And it was more like the second one, where we knew what the threat was and what the issue was and the problem, and we had taken steps to protect ourselves, and that it had sort of occurred because of that. And it was just more like the second one. So we just said that it was more like the second one. Question, now, when he described it here, he said, he used words like premeditated, a job that needed to be finished, weren't many feelings. Is that what you agreed with? Is that the way he described it to you? Answer, no, he didn't say anything about a job needed to be finished or anything like that. He just described it as something where there was, I believe he did say, a problem, and that what had happened was solve the problem is basically what he was saying. It was more along those lines. It didn't fit what happened exactly, but it was more closer, certainly, than the first example. Question, did either one of them fit the situation? Answer, no. He didn't know what the situation was, so he was sort of at a disadvantage. Question, did you say to him, neither one of those fit? Answer, I believe I said that it wasn't really either of them, but it was more like the second one is what one of us said that. It may have been myself. Question, now was it a crime where there were no feelings involved? Answer, no, but I don't think that's what he said either. The second one was not where there were no feelings. Question, when he testified here in court, he said that the second one involved premeditation. Do you remember him using that word when he talked to you and your brother about it? Answer, no. Volume 93. Cross-examination by Ms. Bozanich of Lyle Menendez. Question, I believe you indicated at one point during your discussion with Dr. Oziel that he gave you an example of two different kinds of killings, one of which was an emotional reaction to something like finding your spouse in bed with someone else or something like that. And then he described another kind of killing in which there was a lot less emotion, I think would be. Answer, witness shakes head from side to side. Question, no. Answer, no, he didn't say that, no. Question, well, I'm paraphrasing it then. He described an emotional murder, and he described a murder that had to do with solving a problem. I think that's what you testified to on direct. Answer, yeah, similar. He basically described it as something where you know what the problem is. It's like an ongoing thing. And then what happens solved the problem. And he mentioned something about that it was emotional, but that what happened solved the problem. And so it wasn't there anymore, basically, is what he was saying. Question, and that particular description, the two descriptions that Dr. Oziel gave you, came after a question that you had asked of Dr. Oziel, didn't it? Answer, no. Question, all right. So answer, he was trying. I'm sorry, go ahead. Question, well, so my question is this. Did Dr. Oziel mention the term sociopath to you right before he described these two kinds of killings? Answer, no. Question, and so it's your testimony that at no time during the November 2nd session did Dr. Oziel use the term sociopath. Is that correct? Answer, no, he wouldn't have said that. Question, he wouldn't have said that? Answer, I don't think he would have been talking about me being a sociopath is a bad word. And we were talking about positive things in this session because like you said, he could help us in a trial and he was looking for mitigating factors and there just wasn't any conversation about, bad characterizations of why this might have happened. Question, and you were trying to put this situation in a more positive light, correct? Answer, well, he was trying to help us figure out why. We were saying we didn't know why, and he was trying to explain to us, why he thought it would happen and not in a bad way. Question, and so when he gave you a description of the two different types of killings, answer, right. Question, how did that happen? Did he just say, by the way, I want to give you two different types of killings and let me see which one you think is accurate? Is that how it occurred? Answer, basically, he was fishing for the reasons why, and that he came up with these two examples and he just kept trying to fish for why because we were saying that we didn't know why and he believed that we didn't know why. And it was kind of something that just developed and he was trying to figure out. So he gave me this one example where it was just like all of a sudden the guy had no idea what was going on. He walked into this room, found his wife in bed, or a situation where it was something that was ongoing, and there was a feeling that now whatever was there was over, was solved. And I felt that neither one was right, but it was more like the second, is what I said.